Going.
We go now? Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of BUCA. We had some really exciting chess yesterday. Luke, did you see some of the results? What were your thoughts yesterday? We go now?
Yeah, I didn't catch any of the games live, but got
Okay.
the results
Hi,
here.
everyone.
Seeing
Welcome
Warwick
to
up
day
in
2 of
third on this
BUCA.
table, but joint
We had
first
some
in
really
terms of match
exciting
points. So
chess
excited for that.
yesterday. Luke,
And
did you see some of the results? What were
yeah,
your
looking
thoughts
forward
yesterday?
to seeing what happens today. Yeah, I didn't catch any of the games live, but got the
Brilliant,
results
fantastic.
here.
Now we've
Seeing
got a really
Warwick,
tight
up
table in the
in
championships. We've got
third on this
UCL,
table, but joint first in
Warwick,
terms of
who
match
are our
points. So
sponsors,
excited for that.
and Imperial
And
at the top. And then, but yeah,
looking
lots
forward
of
to seeing
lots
what
of people
happens today.
chasing.
Yeah,
So
I
it
didn't
should be a
catch
really,
any of
really
the games live,
exciting
but got the results
day.
here.
Day one is when people arrive in, they're a bit tired and things can go a bit haywire. So we should see some really competitive sort of focus chess today, which should be exciting. Should we jump over to some of the other sections and see what's happening?
Yeah, sure. We can look at the
Things can go a bit
table in the
haywire.
plate
So
section.
should see some really competitive sort of focus.
Warwick's second team also up there,
Be exciting.
but not quite first.
Good to see.
But good to see them doing well.
My former people from Bristol are having a bit of a nightmare, but we're hoping for a comeback today. I think.
Warwick's second team also
With
up there,
we should have some better results today. I've been told. So yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye. And
yeah, keep our fingers crossed for Bristol.
Brilliant.
We're gonna have a look at the fixtures for today.
Yeah, sure. Should we start with what we're on round 6? We should have some better results.
Yeah, so we've got round 6 up here.
Yeah, we'll definitely
UCL versus Cambridge. Fingers crossed, we've got some big names in there.
Should we start with some predictions? What do you think? UCL against Cambridge. What's the score?
Okay. Yeah, so we've got. It looks like UCL have it on the numbers game. But in rapid, I think it happens. Remy Rushbrook was a very strong player, so could definitely see some upsets. I think that was a bit tight to call. What do you think?
Okay. I'm going to say 3-1. I'm going to put it out there. We might have some moves actually. So should we jump in and should we start on UCL Cambridge board 1?
Yeah, sure.
They're at the top or similar.
Could definitely see some upsets.
Brilliant. Okay, E4, E5, super solid. I think I've seen him in a game with Raja in the Spanish. I don't know whether he's going to do the same thing. Bishop C5. So we'll get to that if it comes on board. But that could be. Oh, he's gone for F5.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. So this is a really, really tricky situation. If you back up to Bishop B5 really quickly.
Yeah.
So there's different ways of doing this as white. So these Spanish positions get a bit tricky. But yeah, so if you play F5 immediately, that's an entirely different system. But with A6, there's a big difference. So here I think you should play D3 or knight C3. D4 isn't a good move, but because we've pushed the bishop with A6, suddenly D4 works. There's some sort of tactic where the bishop being on B5.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I played bishop C4, which is why I immediately went for D4.
Yes.
That is the best move with bishop on C4, but you're quite right. On B5, it's a bit different.
With bishop C4 is terrible. So yeah, and here it's not much better. So he goes F5.
Okay.
D4. Okay. ED and then EF5 I haven't seen. So generally people play E5 in this position, and then after ED4, E5, they go B5, bishop B3, and then knight A5 is quite a fashionable move. And then, yeah, we go from here and it's a mess. But after EF5, what are your thoughts on... Yeah, what are your thoughts on Black's position? It looks shaky to me, I've got to be honest. It looks like Black's destroying the kingside, but what do you think's going on here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not very familiar with these. I'm feeling if Black can get in a knight F6 and a D5 and possibly pick up this pawn, then they should be doing absolutely fine. The question is whether they can achieve all of that.
Yeah.
Because White will put something on D4. Maybe if D5 is played, you can even go queen takes. And then bishop G5, and you're getting some pressure.
Yeah, very definitely. I think you're absolutely right. It's really about timing in this position.
Yeah.
Black's king stuck in the center. White is actually pretty close to castling, so should be all right in terms of the king safety. But Black's just kind of hanging on. Should we sort of jump around and then come back to this one and see?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to say, I feel if Black can play d5 and consolidate, shutting down this diagonal, then they should be okay.
Queen e7.
Queen e7 first. I suppose that makes sense. Just try to trade the queens quickly.
Well, he's looking at bishop queen b4 as well, I presume. So that might be.
Yeah.
You've got to play if king f1 it doesn't apply, but
yeah, well probably. I don't think there's a universe where queen b4 is relevant because we're not playing king d2.
I consider it, but yeah, no, it's king d2, queen b4, c3. It would be very, very tempting to me, but it's probably not very good. Okay, I mean, I think Black might be on their own here. He seemed a little bit surprised by e5, but that might be the refutation. Should we jump on to what's going on board 2?
Let's have a look. So Alex, Leslie, Jacob, Yoon. Let's just recap the moves quickly.
So yeah, this is a Benoni position. For people sort of who aren't familiar, do you want to sort of run through roughly what the plans are in the Benoni?
Yeah, sure. So White obviously has this space advantage in the center with this d5 pawn, which is quite strong. Black typically is then looking to counterattack down here on the queen side, and White wants to use his space advantage to either cook up some kind of attack or just try to dominate the position. Or quite often White can focus some attention on this d6 pawn, which can be a bit weak. Sometimes the bishop comes out and Knight can hop in. So it really depends on whether Black can get enough activity with the queenside counterplay to compensate for their slight structural positional weakness in the center.
Yeah. From what I know, this sort of system with g3 isn't the most critical. There are lots of lines where you try and go e4, f4, and Black has to be really, really sharp not to get blown off the board. So I'd feel sort of fairly comfortable with Black in this position. And yeah, I mean, it looks pretty okay. Black's trying to get in b5. That's what that move rook b8 is about. You're trying to break on the queen side. White obviously doesn't want that to happen. But yeah, I mean, if we zip through, it looks okay for Black so far. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think White's doing?
Trading a pair of knights, I think, is typically good for Black. Black would love to get rid of this bishop somehow, because that can often be a bit of a problem piece. It's not great where it is. It's not really that great here. But if Black can develop this bishop to a good square or trade it off and or get in b5, which they're not that far away from doing, then I think Black should be totally fine.
Yeah,
Okay, they go a5. Stopping b5.
I'd be tempted to go b5 anyway, to be honest. If I was Black,
just really go want this to happen.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, I'd say after b5, Black feeling sort of fairly comfortable, I would say.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's something else we can do first, because White's not yet threatening knight a4.
Yeah, I mean, we could go for bishop f5 and knight e4. That's a plan. But yeah, bishop f5 g4 maybe, and then we've got to decide what we want to do. I think we probably want to stop White playing e4, but I'm not entirely sure on that front.
Yeah, I don't know if we can really, because it's supported by quite a lot of pieces. I feel like bishop f5 just walks into some tactics
with
potentially a g4, potentially just rook e1 and go for it, and your bishop's just going to lose tempo. Okay, we do get b5, a5, a6. Sorry.
Yeah, he's gone for b5, which looks like a good.
So it does leave Black with fairly weak pawn on a6, but in return, Black's going to get b file pressure against b2 pawn.
Yeah, no, it feels to me, I mean, it's sort of fairly common in these types of positions. It feels like black's got enough play. I find I've had this similar with white. It's quite hard to hold white's position together. You end up playing sort of rook a2, rook b1, and if let's imagine, I presume queen b6 is going to be played next, and yeah, I mean, I would feel that as white, it's quite difficult to work out how you're going to defend b2 in the short term. I guess you're going to start with rook b1, walks into bishop f5, rook a2 feels really a bit strange, so I'd be feeling pretty confident here as black.
I mean, could we go knight a4, and then the queen probably has to keep an eye on this pawn, so maybe just queen c7. Could you even consider rook c1 now with some pressure?
Yeah, with do you want to show the sneaky threat after rook c1?
Right, yeah, because we've got this pin along this diagonal, so we're threatening now something taking on c5. So if you play knight h5 to attack the bishop, you might not be in time, because rook c5 comes with a tempo.
Yeah, no, really like that. It's good. So maybe after knight a4, if the queen has to back up, you feel like the initiative is sort of swinging back in white's direction. Maybe because you'd like to play queen b4, right, as black, but then you hang d6 and it all falls apart. So
you do, yeah. So that's, I think, yeah. Has queen b6 been played? Yeah, queen b6 was played. So I think my vote would certainly be for knight a4 now for white. Do you want to peek at the computer?
Absolutely. Always want to cheat. Okay.
Computer thinks black is doing absolutely fine.
And after
likes it too. So what's wrong with this one?
Queen d8. Yeah, I'm not sure about. I think it's saying that after knight a4, you've given up control of the e4 square, and it wants to. It's playing moves like bishop f5, and it's going to try and hit you on the diagonal. But I've got to say, I think that's I think that's tough to see. But yeah, queen c2 is a very odd move in the position, which is what the engine's throwing up.
I suppose, yeah, it's just to say if you then go bishop f5, I have. What do I have?
It's a good question. This is why we don't look at
okay.
Queen c. Okay. This is
that's an engine line if I've ever seen one. That feels very artificial to be hunting this pawn when black's playing in the center.
Yeah.
But I suppose if we can get this one, then suddenly d6 is weaker. So maybe that's actually quite logical.
Yeah, very possibly. And I mean, it's saying knight h5, queen c. I think this is definitely beyond my understanding of what normal people do when they're playing chess. So yeah, but feels off.
And anyway, rook a2 played, which was the engine's choice.
It really wants to put the queen back. I don't know why. Because it feels like with the queen on b6, we might be looking at queen b3 or something, and sort of sticking it back on d8 feels really counterintuitive to me. But yeah, I mean, interesting position. And yeah, we've got some way to go here. Should we jump over to another match and see what's happening there?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think maybe the engine just wants to dodge these tactics again?
Probably.
I mean, it wants h6. If you then go knight a4, queen d8, well, that's the engine's choice. I thought I could take this one with the rook hanging.
Yeah. What's wrong with taking on c5? Is there bishop h3 at the end, or what's it at the end?
So takes. Oh, and the bishop just has no squares. Of course, yes. Yeah.
That's a bit evil.
That makes a lot of sense.
Demented from Stockfish, I think that.
All right. Well, we'll see what the players come up with. Let's have a look at board 3. Dmitry Minko against Remy Rushbrook. What did we have here? We had a Sicilian game. Let me just turn off this engine. So a Kalashnikov.
A4. I've never seen the move A4 before in my life. I do not know what that is about, but okay, we'll see.
Okay. So white eliminating the knight on f6 to cement the control of the d5 square. It's all standard stuff in these sort of e5 Sicilians. Knight lands on d5, bishop dodges. And now it's feeling much more Sveshnikov-y to me. Black expands on the queen side. We get this funny little trade.
Yeah. Queen.
And this is the live position. So what are we thinking?
I mean, I can see the engine, so I'm thinking about 0.6 advantage probably to white. But yeah, right. I mean, in terms of backing that up, yeah,
I think white. It feels to me like white's plan is a bit more logical than black. Engine likes rook d1, just go after this pawn. We have still the d5 square. Maybe black will try to combat that with a knight e7 at some point. Engine's also pointing at queen g4, winning a tempo, possibly even just picking off this pawn. So I feel like white's got a lot of moves that you can play quite quickly.
Yeah, definitely like white's position with that trade just a couple of moves ago with knight b6. I think what white's strategy in this position, you talked about it with the d5 square, is to try and get a grip on the light squares. And if you look on the board with the trade of that light squared bishops, you've got to feel that white's sort of got a real like stronghold in the center on d5 and e4. And the king might be a bit weak. You can see black's kind of push some pawns in front of the king, might be a bit drafty as we get later on the game. So I think advantage to white and definitely easier to play as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Black king should probably be okay with the dark squared bishop covering the dark squares. My concern might be if white can somehow weasel this rook around to the h-file, then with the queen on the g-file as well, there might be some tactics happening there. But I think for the moment, the main battle is probably going to be in the center on these light squares. If black ever gets in d5, then black's doing quite well, I think. So white definitely needs to avoid that, but it doesn't really look feasible for black anytime soon, especially if white ends up with this rook on d1.
Yeah.
Interesting positional struggle. a5 has been played. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure about. Maybe he's looking for knight b6 and then putting a knight on d5. I think in those other variations we wanted to put the bishop there, but maybe he thinks I want the knight instead. But that
the knight on d5 is definitely strong. I'm wondering where he wants to put the bishop in that case, because it doesn't feel right to have the bishop over here. You want it pointing at the king rather than pointing at not very much. So maybe he wants to bring it back here.
Yeah, very possibly. I think on c2 that's a good square, and then you can imagine some sort of h4, h5 coming in and starting an attack. But okay, he puts on d5.
Sorry, so a5. Right, rook went to e8, bishop drops back. Fine. Knight e7. Okay, so we're not. What are we playing here then? Hang on. Some tactics. So we can't, I don't think, take this pawn like this with the bishop because d5 hits. And if we went queen takes e4, then possibly a rook f4 skewers the knight, and black's going to remove the defender, and that's a problem. So cheeky tactics there from black, but white doesn't fall for it, just goes knight b6.
Yeah, I'd say still, if you can't stop us taking on e4, we're probably still feeling like we're in the driver's seat as white in this position. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine some sort of G3, H4. I'm very tempted to do that and slide a rook to H1, and I want to attack on the king side, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think with this grip on the center, it's so important that like white has some choices. You could play rook A4, rook B4, or you could attack on the king side, but just gives white a really sort of chunky setup in the middle. So should we cheat again and just flick the engine on and see if we're right? Ah, okay.
It likes black. E3, you know, I was thinking about this move E3. I didn't think it was that great in this position. It's been played. Wow, okay. I suppose the idea is you're going to lose that pawn anyway, so why not weaken the white structure a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. And that pawn on E3, it stops us kind of getting to the queen to E4, which is what we wanted. And that pawn on E3 could be a target. So you feel like black's getting some counter back on the dark squares, as we were saying. Yeah, this could be a little bit of a turnaround. Similar idea with knight F5, trying to get knight E3 in.
Yeah.
But yeah, still tricky for black. But it feels like they're turning it around just a little bit.
Yeah, I think black sort of said, you know, I'm going to give up on the center and allow my pawns to be blockaded, allow white this grip on the light squares. But in return, I've weakened your kingside structure. I've got some pressure. Queen could come to C5. Maybe even double the rooks on the F file. And what are these pieces doing? Your bishop and knights. They look pretty on the queen side, but actually that knight is a long way away from helping out on the king side. So I think quite a good strategy from black, just trying to play around white's positional assets rather than combating them head on.
Yeah, definitely. I think black's played this really, really well from the middle game after a tough opening.
Yeah.
Great. Can I sort of request that we go over to Div 2 and have a look at what Bristol are doing out of personal interest rather than anything else?
Absolutely. So what are we on the plate?
Let's have a look.
Team. So Bristol playing over here against Imperial. We have a result already on the top board.
And it's not a good one. Oh dear.
It's not a good one for Bristol.
Oh my lord.
What's happened here then?
Okay.
King's in. Oh no. Goes for a Grunfeld. So in the Grunfeld, black obviously with this very strong bishop trying to get some pressure on that diagonal. C5 to weaken the center. Do you know anything about these positions? It's not my area of expertise.
Yeah. I've seen this. So black is trying to sort of, the rook C1 is a way of, there's lots of ways of playing against Grunfeld. This is one of them. But take on E5, I haven't seen it. It looks a little bit funny to me.
Right, back up slightly then, sorry. So rook C1, just getting out of tactics with the bishop and supporting the C3 pawn.
Yes.
Also ready to be on an open file if pawns are exchanged.
Yeah.
Queen D2 breaking the pin. Castles. So D5.
Yeah, D5 I've seen. Yeah. Okay. And then C4, I've got to say I don't understand. He's looking to run away into an endgame, but that feels really, really loose.
But we've just buried this bishop. Maybe he wants to play E5. But then I think it's quite easy for black to just chip away with F6 and have quite a comfortable game because his bishops are going to be slightly more open than the white bishops.
Yeah, I agree. If we look at what happened in the game, black...
Queen A3 is a nice move.
That is good.
Queen on a good square. It's quite hard to chase that queen. H3 played. Not sure.
What do you think about this move, H3?
Fully understand what we were going for.
Yeah, what's the... Oh, he wants to play...
Were we worried about bishop G4?
Yeah, probably. So it's thinking if we castle, then rook D8, and we've lost the... I think things have already gone a bit wrong for white.
I see. Okay, so he's thinking if we castle rook d8 and rook d1, then he was worried about bishop g4 maybe.
Yeah,
to chase the rook away.
That's bad.
But at h3, I think just a bit slow. Rook d8 comes anyway. King e2. Bishop e6.
Just wants to take on c4, I guess.
Yeah, queen dodges. So yeah, no immediate tactical knockout until f5 was played. But with the king in the center, it just looks a little bit dodgy for white.
Yeah.
And then after f5, it's just a blunder, unfortunately, because after king takes e3, then now bishop is pinned.
Yeah. This is, if we've got any beginners in the audience, this is a lesson in why you castle early on in the game. Otherwise, you end up with your king on e3 and you're getting mated. So yeah, castle. It's a good thing to remember.
Yeah, and then here also a nice little removing the defender tactic. If we take this bishop back, then after rook takes rook, the queen is overloaded, trying to defend the c1 rook as well as recapture, and we're just a rook down.
Perfect. Okay.
Did decide to throw in the towel on that one. Let's have a look at board 2. We have whatever this opening is called.
Yeah, Tommy's a very boring player, so this is not a surprise from him. Okay, so
a lot of exchanges. Both players fianchettoing rooks to central files. It looks slightly pleasant for white. Slightly easier development.
Really like this maneuver with if we go back to that move rook c7 in these kind of positions, the queen on d8, it's really hard to figure out where you want it to go because e8 doesn't make sense, c8 not so good. But yeah, shifting this rook up, we get to put it in the corner. It adds to pressure on the diagonal and potentially going to shift the other rook over. So that's a really nice maneuver and probably solved all Black's problems, I would guess. You should be feeling okay in this position.
Absolutely, yeah, and quite thematic as well in these fianchetto positions. As soon as e3 is played, weakening this knight. Then the queen right in the corner. Sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but actually very strong, putting pressure on that diagonal. White is pretty much forced to play knight e1, have to move the knight somewhere where it defends the bishop. And what are we thinking then for Black? Are we trading those bishops?
I probably would. Yeah, I think we take and we probably play knight e5 and just sort of say he's got rook c8, also very good. I'm
wondering if we just say we'll let white take the bishop. And then it's a question of whether we want to force the knight to g2 or not give them that free move. Like could argue it's better on d3. But I think rook c8, just especially with 5 minutes on the clock, just logical developing move.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting people will see on the clocks, we're getting sort of down to the time pressure. So yeah, it's important that you want to play quickly as well as good moves. I think Tommy's just saying I'm just going to slide the rook over and then do something else later. Knight e2, probably look at some trades in this position. I think a draw would be probably about 80% here.
Yeah, I think especially for white with very low time, just trying to trade some pieces, counter these double rooks is a good strategy. So yeah, I think fairly equalish position. Engine's giving a bit of an advantage for Black.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, I mean, I think it's logical if you compare the pieces, Black's rooks are slightly better, but probably going to be traded. The Black Knights, they're not amazing, but they're better than the White Knights back here on the first and second rank. So I think just a few small advantages for Black. B5 actually from the computer, I quite like that idea by maybe trying to bring this knight around. So we'll see what happens there.
Should we head back to the championship? I feel like we're taking up
too much on
Bristol. pick a. Okay, who else? Just scroll down.
We should probably check out the Warwick match.
Yes, absolutely. What is going on here?
Victor Stoyanov here on board 1. King's Indian. A lot of maneuvering. White trying to play on these light squares on the queen side. Black. Interesting, that capture. What do you think about this capture, allowing white to get these 2 pawns in the center?
I mean, I would be very, very nervous playing this as black just because of the past d pawn. But I think what black would be arguing is saying that if I can get f5 and e4, then I've got my own counterplay. And there's a risk with a symmetrical structure that you just kind of get squashed a bit and you can't really do much. And probably for Rapper, this is a good choice. But yeah, why after queen d7? Why did he play c6? That's a bit of a perplexing one, gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got this g4 is in the air. Obviously, it doesn't work straight away because we can just capture. And if we recapture, then we're going to lose one of these pieces. But I think the idea of c6 is then to just say, I want to distract your queen so I can play g4. If you take, you can't capture because bishop d5 is going to pick up an exchange, and then we still have g4 to follow. So what's played? Play queen c8, and we just
snaps
this one up. Yeah.
So white's won a pawn from that, and probably feeling pretty positive. I think still a bit of a tricky position, but yeah, you've got to feel like white's putting pressure here. Yeah,
and I think after bishop c5 as well, e4 can maybe be played. Yeah, there it is, as I say. And I think white's consolidated quite nicely. These bishops are very, very pretty here in the center. We're not too worried about e4 because we can block it. This discovered attack, I mean. So yeah, white probably just needs to find a couple more accurate moves to deal with these pieces.
Yes, some combination of e4 and knight d4 looks a little bit tricky. So how do we deal with that, actually? That's quite a...
So what are you saying for black here is the threat?
So I'm looking, we've got a couple of ideas. Knight c3 is a threat, possibly e4, and maybe queen c4 I really like. So yeah, just if that stops knight c3, so there's going to be a fork of the queen and rook there. So that's, get the arrows on.
These ones.
And then after e4, we can put the knight in the way, and that blocks the bishop and kind of fortifies white's position there a little bit. So looks that queen c4 is a nice move. I like that a lot, and it feels like white's starting to consolidate here.
Absolutely. Also noticing the clock for black under 2 minutes.
I do.
I think this is going to be a tricky position to defend with low time. Let's have a little look at the next board. Quick flick through the opening, but with clocks dwindling, we want to focus on the current positions. This is not an opening I'm familiar with at all.
Me neither, I've got to say. Feels about roughly level, but I'll take the extra pawn.
Yeah, I mean we've got a nice majority on the queen on the queen side. There's some pawns. And this is looking a little bit shaky for black, I think. Queen c7 is a nice blockade. But this sort of feels like a matter of time before white figures out a way through.
Yeah, it's slightly funny with that bishop on b7. I'd quite like to put that somewhere else and then stick a rook there, obviously, but it's just moved it out of the way.
Is our queen in any trouble?
Is our queen? Yeah,
queen is trapped, but rook d6 is giving up queen c8. So interesting. Also, massive pending threat, rook b7. That might be a bit of a problem, actually.
There's I've just spied quite a nice variation after rook 8 d6.
Yeah,
queen c8. And I was thinking we can trade queens and then play rook c6. But those end up in a bit of a skewer, which is probably what white's relying on. That's quite a nice little tactic.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you keep the queen, obviously that's a bonus. And if you can consolidate again as white and keep that pawn on c6, I mean it's pretty much over, right? If we get the rook to b7, you can shake hands. But yeah, should we use the engine again? I hate to keep doing it, but see if our estimations are correct. Yeah.
Actually not as favoring white as I had expected, to be honest. But certainly clear advantage. Queen e8 preferred. Is this going to be a classic? Yeah, the engine for some reason wants to just repeat moves here. And then it plays queen e8. Not sure what's up with that.
It's a bit sadistic, I think. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Okay, queen and that tactic.
Yeah, so all that trade happened. d6, queen c8 takes is on the board.
So yeah, big advantage here for white.
Or not?
I think that was us. I think we've got bishop, queen c8 on the board.
Just going to refresh the page and right, bishop takes c8 on the board. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, feels really positive for white. Still tricky to get. You've got to kind of break that dark square blockade still.
Yeah,
very.
I think
white.
Black is probably angling to get this bishop onto c7, which could be tricky. You've just got to watch out for this pin, of course. But if Black does put up a dark square blockade, he might have a chance. But White, of course, does have another pawn.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult one for Black. Okay, rook c5 played. Do you want to have a quick look at the next board?
Yes, yeah, let's do it.
I might just leave you to talk through this for a second while I plug in my laptop because I'm about to die.
Awesome.
So I'll be back in a sec.
Don't leave us. Okay, so we've got this is Edward Jackson and against Imperial. We've got knight c2. So White's up a pawn at the moment, looking to take on a3. Feels pretty positive for White, I think, after knight a3. The only thing you've got to watch out for is Black sort of breaking through on the A file. So if you bear with me for a second, after knight a3, rook a8, knight b5, rook a2, potentially what we don't want to do as White is for all of those pawns on the queen side to disappear. So there's a bit of that you've just got to be delicate. But yeah, Luke, I was saying it probably looks like an advantage for White, but you've got to be sort of careful about trades on the queen side.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think something like 93 is quite a tempting move. But if you... Yeah, maybe that's good. I was just thinking at some point some bishop takes b3 sacrifice could be something to look out for if these pieces get too far away from this a pawn. But as it is, think we've just seen a
goes in for
few
that.
exchanges here, and it might be on its way to fizzling out.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that actually. I really like you moving out e3 and just kind of keeping the tension. But easy to see in this position how, particularly if black can get that rook behind the passed pawn, that maybe things are gonna liquidate and you might be able to defend that. So I mean, maybe he wants knight c3 here and he's just going to play that position. Yeah. But
I mean, knight c3 is a very comfortable 2-result endgame for white, but I don't think you're ever winning it, against a 2000 opponent. We can just show that quickly. Forking here the rook and bishop, probably rook b2, and if we trade everything, then this is quite a well-known endgame where you've got nobody's going to make much progress on the king's side, and it's very difficult for white to get this pawn up the board with black's rook behind it.
Yeah, definitely agreed on that point. I think, and he plays knight d4. Okay.
Okay.
I'd be tempted to play rook b2 here, trying to get the rook again behind. And
yeah, and he does play it. And I wonder if e5 again is a move for black.
Very possibly.
That knight away from the defense here.
Just quite a nice variation after e5, knight f5, bishop b3. I was just looking at.
Oh, very nice. Yes.
There's a very, very nasty checkmate there. So maybe he spied that after rook d3 and thought that yeah, that's a really nice motif. So probably we want to keep the bishop sort of solidly protected on that d5 square, which is why he's gone king e7. But yeah, I mean, how do you feel about with these double b pawns? Do you think that's easy to push, and does it give you a bit of value having an extra pawn, or are they just a bit stuck?
I mean, there certainly is some value to this pawn blocking the rook's vision of the more advanced pawn. But you'd much prefer to have these pawns next to each other rather than doubled. I think black's king is easily close enough to deal with this. I'd be tempted with black to flick in a rook b1 just to push the white king slightly further away. But especially after c5, I think we're just going to see the black king coming over.
Yeah, if you can prepare with sort of g6, and then eventually it feels like this knight on d4 isn't going to stay there, and we should, if we time it correctly with 30 seconds left on the clock, then we might get away with this one for black. But it's very, very finely balanced at the moment.
Yeah. Rook c3 is a very nice move, cutting off this king. So there might be some tactics, if we can get the pawn far enough, there could be some sacrifice with this bishop.
Yeah, it's good.
Moves are coming in a little bit delayed for me. So g6 played, c6, and we've kicked the knight. Knight b5 check. I don't know about this, because if you go king d7, then we can just go c6. Sorry, b7, and if you take, we have a rook c7.
And that's a pretty easy. That should be pretty easy for white, right? There's no real sort of complications there.
Yeah, no, that's true. You can't even take this one because I have a check. So yeah, that's
94. Yeah, that is nice. So, should we see what the engine is? If the engine's going to back us up again?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think we need the engine here, do we? Just c7.
Just b7, sorry.
And that's it. What's the engine?
GG.
Yeah, +3.
Yeah. Really nicely played by White. That was that rook d3
very
was
nice.
really impressive.
Just getting that rook active. We'll leave this one just quickly and have a look at the last board. We have a result coming in there. Magnus, unfortunately, going down to hike Nesrokian. What happened here?
Queen a5 check.
On
Okay.
Sicilian. Yeah, not a huge fan of this for White. You don't really ever, in this situation, you don't really want to be recapturing on b3 away from the center. But in this position, it was necessary because taking with the a pawn would lose the rook. So this is certainly comfortable for black here. So what happened? d5.
Wow.
Engine d5. I think that's quite logical, striking in the center, using the fact that this knight is pinned to the king, so it can't move. Just castles out.
Queen e2 is a really nice move.
Yeah, c2 is a nice try. Just trying to make sure that black doesn't white doesn't undouble his pawns. So it's a nice idea, but yeah, queen e2, and suddenly this bishop is in a lot of trouble. Wow. I was about to say it's impossible to castle. He goes for queenside castle.
It's legal, yeah.
Was that we want to bring this rook over and just checkmate white. But I'm assuming, oh, he's missed queen c5, comes with a check. Ah, yeah, unfortunate.
That's a problem.
That's.
And then.
Oh, sorry, the move's out. Takes the knight first. Queen c5 check. Queens are traded. Developing the bishop with a check is nice, and then yeah, we don't need to look at this too much more. I think it's just a clean piece up.
Yeah, no, agree.
What's happened? Recaps of board one. How did he convert this one? Because we said we thought white was looking very comfortable here, +5 even. Just one mover. So the idea is that you can't take the queen because our rook is looking at your king, but you can just take the rook with the queen, renewing this
tactic. That's I'm imagining like sitting at the board when that happens, and you're ready. You're thinking I've got this all wrapped up, and then they take on d7. You get a cold shower. That is really nasty. Ooh.
Horrible, tough one there for Victor.
Yeah.
Played a very, very nice game. But that's the cruelty of chess, one mistake and that can do it. So that's just a rook. Black mops up.
GG.
This game actually. Right, so we'd seen it there with the bishop coming back to defend the pawn. White trades the rooks and just pushes on through, and that's a piece up. Yeah, very nice. Okay, board 3. So we'd seen c7, and white wins the bishop, but it is tricky. So white grabs another pawn. That's a very nice move, rook f7, forcing the trade of rooks. If either we win this pawn cleanly instead of trading it, or black has to trade the rooks.
G3. See, yeah, I was thinking G3 rook f2, but yeah, it doesn't matter, does it? And
no, yeah, there's no.
I think this is probably
no stalemate here because the king's always got.
Yeah.
So it's. looking pretty bleak there for black, I think.
No, great. Have we got any games still going off on the list?
We've got this game here, KCL against Loughborough. This is an interesting endgame, actually.
Yeah.
Bishop versus knight. White is up a pawn, but the h-pawns are doubled. Knight's infamously very bad at defending against a passed h-pawn, but the pawns are not passed just yet.
Who do you think's playing for a win here? Is it white? Is it black? What's...
Don't think black can play for a win. I think only if white pushes too hard. But you know, how as black are we ever getting these pawns through? Yeah. The only possible scenario I could see is if somehow this bishop ends up here and we checkmate ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think white's going to walk into that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this one just go on for 15 moves, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess as white, you probably need to go h4, h5, and then get the king in the right position. But again, that seems really unlikely. So probably the players are gonna shuffle king e3, king e6, and yeah.
I feel like by the time you've done this, the board removed my errors. By the time you've done that, black has come around and win this pawn.
Yeah.
And then it's just going to be queen on queen. So we'll keep an eye on that. We can come back to it, see if any other games are still going. Does appear to be the last one, actually.
Just looking through, that's a lot of decisive games that I'm seeing on the... What have we got? 1 draw, 2 draws?
Let me see. So yeah, 1 draw there. And the one on the top board. We can have a little look at that. Oh, yeah, that's quite a nice little actual check there. So what's happened? White actually had this beautiful position with a very strong f-pawn active rook. But rook h7, very logical, natural move, but turns out to be a mistake. Is it? Why is it a mistake? Is it rook g2 possibly? Yeah, rook g2 the engine likes. And these two knights against this king just end up causing that perpetual like we saw in the game. Bishop h6. This is one of those moves you play and you feel like you've just won the game, right? This rook has to move and we just push our pawn through. Thank you very much. But actually, rook g2 hits you and you realize, I can't take this because black hits me with knight e3 check. This knight cuts off the king here, so we just end up having to go back and forth, and it's going to be a draw. So nice.
Yeah.
Very nice save there from black.
Really, really nice. I think like it's one of those situations where you're trying to focus on what you're trying to achieve, and then you forget that your opponent's there too, and they can do stuff.
Exactly.
So yeah,
exactly. Do you want to have another quick look at the second division?
I'm not sure if I do, but we probably should.
We've got David from Warwick. Trying to defend this end game. Or is he defending? I think this is probably just quite an easy draw. White's just going to check, check, check forever.
Yeah.
Are we ever in time to try and pick off this pawn?
I wouldn't have thought so. I think we've got enough counterplay, and there's going to be some checkmate threats eventually for black. So I feel like if
you did go for this pawn, you just have to bring your rook straight back and start giving checks to avoid getting mated on the back. So not too much to see there, I don't think. That appears to be the only game still going in this section. Anyway, you want to have a look at?
Yeah, if we go back up to board 1 of that Luke Honey, see what happened there. these are two, by the looks of it, quite strong players.
Yeah, let's have a whiz through this one then. So a Caro-Kann.
How do you feel about the Caro-Kann? It causes some controversy.
I mean, as a Sicilian player, I always think, you know, we paid good money for our chess set. Let's get the maximum value out of that keyboard, and push it all the way. But no, I mean, the Caro-Kann is very solid if it's played well. Can be quite annoying to beat. But I do also think that white typically, you know, it's not the most challenging opening for black, let's say. I don't think it's the most ambitious, but it's certainly very solid.
Yeah, no, agree. And we've got a really typical what's called an IQP, or isolated queen pawn position here, where black's got a bit of space from that pawn. It can be a bit weak, and especially the square in front of it. So white's going to try and put a piece on d4 and just, yeah, torture black a bit and say you can't do much, which looks like vaguely what happened, just having a look at the moves.
Yeah, I mean, white wants to chuck a knight on d4 and blockade the pawn. And typically white here, or the side without the isolated queen pawn, is looking to exchange pieces, because in the end game, this pawn standing on its own is going to be quite weak.
Yeah.
Black here wants to keep pieces on and use that space advantage that the extra central presence gives them to try and stir up some kind of attack. But as we can see, the white pieces are just slowly moving forward. Queen a4 is a blunder. I'm guessing bishop f6, and just ripping the king open. Oh, rook e6 is very nice. Yeah,
that's really good.
So the idea here is that we're distracting this pawn away from defending the g6 square, and then our queen, is going to flood in.
And there's a queen g3 there.
I was expecting queen g6 straight away.
Yeah, me too.
H5. I suppose knight h5 first doesn't spoil anything. It's quite hard to defend this square. If you try king f7, then you let us in this way.
Yeah, maybe.
So that's why we see f5 played. Black desperately trying to avoid queen getting in here. But then I would have thought surely queen g3 here, no?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not sure why he didn't go for that. I guess king f7, and he's thinking that the king's going to run away, but I mean, that looks
possibly, so, but the other knight can arrive and start pointing at some squares. We're only down an exchange, right? So it's not a huge amount of material. So you know, white does need to prove something, but I don't think there's such a rush that you can't afford one or two quiet moves. So we'll see what happened in the game. Knight f3 was played, bishop g7. Engine doesn't like any of these moves. d4 makes sense. Again, opening the queen's path here, attacking these weak pawns in the center. Black trading. Runs with the king.
Ooh.
Yeah, now it's just too much.
That's horrible.
I've been tempted to go queen f6 here straight away and just pick off this e-pawn, no? And then bring the rook.
Totally agree. So it's such a difficult, particularly with that, you can see that queen on a4 is way offside.
Yeah.
Such a position to, I mean, you can see the engine sort of bouncing up and down, but just us like sitting there with black that is a really hard
with seconds on the clock as well. You desperately want to bring this queen back, but if you come all the way back, you get mated here. If you go queen d7, then I think queen to one of these squares and the knight to the other.
Yep.
It's going to be pretty nasty.
That is absolutely. Can we show that with king d8 just because?
Yeah. Checkmate.
Brutal. Yeah.
So, yeah, pretty horrible. So what happened in the end? Queen e5, another rook across. Yeah, rook c1 just penetrating on the 7th rank. Rook goes back. But queen f6 here, forcing the king backwards, which is going to interrupt the rook's vision of each other. So wherever the king goes, we just pick off this rook, and that's, well, we're going to pick the other one as well. So that's game over. So very, very nice game there from White. Nice sacrificial attack.
Yeah, that bishop f6, rook e6, it already quite shaky for black because the king's open, but that was a really, really good find. And I think after that, there's basically no way back for black after queen a4, unfortunately.
I mean, if you think about it here, you don't really smell much danger. It looks like black has got all sorts of pieces defending the king. But one by one, we kick the queen away, we get rid of the knight, we get rid of the bishop. And suddenly it's 3 attackers against not very many defenders. So that was, very nice from White. Anything still going? No, that's it. Should we have a look at the results then?
Let's do it.
Just check that the last game did finish in the championship section. Looks like it did. So team results. Or that's not going to show us the individual matches. Let's have a look then. So UCL defeating Cambridge. Bath take down Durham. Oxford beat Nottingham. Warwick unfortunately losing there to Imperial. And KCL beating Loughborough.
Some really tight margins there. Bath getting their first win, I think. So congrats to them.
Round 6. In play competitions, so Oxford beating Birmingham, thanks to that very nice game there from their board 1 player. Bristol tying against Imperial, okay. 4 decisive games. Warwick 3rd team beating Oxford, always good to see. Why do we have 2 Warwick 3?
It's a good.
The other Warwick team beating UCL and Cambridge beating Cardiff. So we could maybe have a quick look over here at the results page. I wonder if that's been updated. If we look at the table now in the championship section, doesn't look like that's been updated yet.
So we've got UCL and Imperial, I think, maybe pulling away a bit from Warwick, and
if we just go back, check these results one more time. So UCL beating Cambridge, so they're going ahead. And how did Imperial do? They beat Warwick, right? Yeah, so that's a big setback there for the Warwick team.
Yeah, feels positive. It's strange not to see sort of Oxford or Cambridge generally wipe the floor with everyone. So good to see some variety at the top of the table. That's
absolutely
great. Are there any other games you want to have a look at very, very quickly? Should we do just if you've got any interesting pairings, just if we click on the board 1 at Bath, I know some of these players, so I'm interested to see what happened there.
Let's have a look through. So Frankie with the white pieces.
This is heavy theory, I think, in the Rogozin, which I don't know, but the players probably do. And Queen D6.
I don't play this at all.
Yeah.
Bishop f5 is a mistake. Why is that a mistake?
Can we do knight d2 or something like that?
Yeah, I wonder if we have some capture and a bishop g3. Oh, bishop g3 was played immediately, which is
he's missed knight b5. That's really nasty.
Oh yeah, knight b5 and just simply Although it's not that simple, is it? Where does the queen go? Queen g6, the engine says.
Yeah, what's wrong after? I'm just thinking of queen d7 and then rook c8. Why was that a problem?
Queen takes c7 you want to play here.
After knight b5, queen d7?
Queen d7, sorry. Right, so bishop f5, knight goes to b5, queen d7.
And then
yeah,
I mean, I was thinking knight c7, rook c8, but maybe knight e5 just cuts across that plan. That's probably what you missed, actually.
Yeah, I think this just forces the queen onto an awkward square. Because if you go queen c8, then I can just take this, no problem. And I'm not in a pin. So yeah, a couple of tactics missed there. But as it is knight takes, we see both bishops exchanged, everything exchanged. So white ends up with a slightly stronger center, but black can chip away that straight away. So this probably looks fairly even at this point, but then suddenly white starts to get a little bit of pressure on this queen side, and the pieces are getting very active, and there goes a pawn. So nicely maneuvered there by Frankie.
Oh,
surely.
Giving up that square looks so risky, doesn't it?
This doesn't look right.
That's I had a coach who said basically if you get a knight on f5, you win the game immediately, and that this seems to be a really good case of that, where that's
And actually, aside from anything positional here, they're just tactically, we're threatening this pawn with a check, which is important, so we're not getting skewered somehow. And after he defends it, we just remove the defender of this knight. The rook's got to go somewhere. Black tries counterattacking our rook, but then we just rook d2, and both pieces hang, and there's no way to defend them both. So nice tactical victory there.
Yeah, really well played. And sometimes that happens, you're under a bit of pressure, and then things just kind of, the wheels fall off a bit. And yeah, unfortunately, looks like it's happened for black here.
Yeah, and sometimes you just got to try something desperate. You know, I think this move g5 is you're feeling, I'm down a pawn. White is going to just slowly march their pieces forward. I've got to try something. So I think he was probably trying to weave some sort of mating net, and cut the king off from escaping. That's my best guess as to the thinking behind g5. But yeah, unfortunately, just fails tactically. Any other plays you wanted to look at?
Yeah, should we pick one more? What do you think? Which match haven't we covered? I feel like we should give everyone a little bit of time.
Yeah, we could look at this match here. Warwick KCL, I don't think we looked at too much. We'll do a quick whiz through these games. So, board one, we see a French defense. What's your opinion on the French defense?
I used to play a French. I'm not an e4 player, so I always feel a bit cramped. But it's got a good reputation actually at the moment. So, and this, I know Ollie Howe's played it for, I think, 15 years or something ridiculous. So he knows what he's doing. Yeah, it's a bit dodgy. I think this has gone a bit wrong, unfortunately, and you can see black's solid kind of skeleton in the middle of the board is collapsing, and that's
one pawn goes, another pawn goes, and that's just too many pawns. Checks. I think possibly we could have traded the queens there. Might have been the easiest way to go, but clearly the white play very confident in their ability to win this queen ending, and actually ends up with a checkmate. It's a nice game there. Board two was a draw.
This one this is what we saw, wasn't it? This was this knight.
Yeah, we did have a look at that. Board three, another French defense. See, 2 French defenses and 2 losses for black. I think that has to say something.
They've been sitting last night they've all got the same file, don't they? And they've decided on the bus. We're all going to play the French, and it's gone a bit wonky.
Yeah.
Queen h4. Ooh.
Bishop g6.
Oh, he's showing off.
And Engine doesn't like it, but I suppose it's a nice move. It doesn't achieve a huge amount, which is possibly why the Engine doesn't like it. Sure, we're stopping you from castling, but Maybe we could have done that with the queen.
I'm not sure we want to castle here as black, so
no.
Yeah, this. I mean, again, we've seen it so many games today with the king stuck in the center, kind of staggering across the board, and it's so dangerous. And this looks like another example.
All of those white moves coming with the tempo. Black grabs a pawn, but rook d1. I think honestly, that's kind of pawn where I'm very happy that my opponent's taking it, because not only have you given me a move, but actually now in the future I might have even more pressure against the f6 square.
Look at those rooks stuck in the middle of the board, and the king's just getting slaughtered. I think.
Can't defend this piece. Bishop d5, nice little calculation. Rook takes, trying to remove the defender of the checkmate. Doesn't work because we take with check. And then, well, actually, it's just going to be mate, isn't it? Quite quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just see you later. So nice game there for white. We'll look at this last game quickly.
Pretty sedate start at the moment. White
kind of confrontational approach from both sides.
Yeah, this is one of those probably not the best opening for white, but you're just trying to keep pieces on the board and
in a rapid game you make a lot of moves quickly.
Yeah.
And it's worked. You know, look at the time difference here: 8 minutes to 2.5. Just a lot of shuffling and maneuvering.
H6. Oh, and he's just missed that.
He's just lost a pawn. Yeah, unlucky. Knight f7.
After rook takes, he wants knight d6.
Knight d6, beautiful.
Oh, that is nasty. And yeah, that pin again. The king a bit weak, and we've just snapped a. What was the problem? What was wrong with knight f7 there? Wanted to trade. Okay.
First. Yeah.
Still a good move.
Trading a pair of pieces, but he's done it in this order, which doesn't make much difference. We're just crashing through in the middle. Wow, queen d6 gives up a draw apparently. So what's?
Should we try and figure this out after?
Wow, what a turnaround! So actually, black could have been winning here. We just trade the queens and take the bishop.
And that's what he did. Oh, he's just run out of time, or what's going on?
Hung a piece. Knight b6.
We might have to.
Yeah, don't know what's happened there.
Yeah, might be a sort of technology glitch. Feels like.
Yeah.
If things have gone. Yeah, maybe something's gone wrong there.
Yeah, no, that doesn't really look like a logical end to the game. Possibly he lost on time. Possibly it's like you say, just something technical.
Yeah, perfect. How long have we got until the next round starts? Do you know? Okay. Perfect. Great. Perfect. Thanks, folks. We'll see you after the break. e5 in the position, or we might play knight f6, trying to hit this pawn. Well, have they been listening on you? Okay. Hopefully you can hear us now. Okay. Welcome to the audio edition of the stream. So this one feels really dodgy, but I mean, there's some games here. I've got to say I'd be a bit scared as black with this f7 pawn, kind of, yeah, in the middle. But he looks vaguely prepared for this. But what do you think, Sid? Are you liking white here, or are you feeling kind of comfortable as black?
The central bishop points to a lot of different things, which looks nice. It looks like they might just exchange queens as well. It already looks kind of middle, even getting to the late game, kind of. So it's very quick.
Yeah. Looks like some good preparation, probably from both players. But yeah, if we flick on, apparently black doing quite well here. It's really interesting. So after this is clearly some sort of preparation from the black side, and queen h5, just creating some threats on the f7 pawn was the way to go. But queen f3 apparently not quite doing it, and computer saying this pawn on c3 blocking the pieces doesn't really make sense in the position. So some good preparation from black at the moment, and looks positive. I'm gonna skip through just so we can cover sort of as much as we can at the start. This looks absolutely wild.
A lot of them looks like they progressed quite far in.
Yes.
This
sort of level, you've got lots of people very, very well prepared. I'll flip the engine off. Yeah, quite a quiet start from white, you've got to say, with sort of, as you said, not putting pawns in the center. They like doing that at this level. And white's got some initiative. Nice bishop on g2 protects the king, and trying to get some initiative on this center pawn. Yeah, you've got to say, looks good for white at the moment, with just a lot of development. And again, this king stuck in the center. What do you think of this position? What would you play for white here?
Well, I think there's a lot of pieces hoping to point towards the middle, with the fianchetto bishop and the knight and queen pointing at d5, but doesn't look like there's enough to actually take any of the pawns. Might be even for a little bit. No major exchanges.
Yeah, possibly. I'm wondering if we can try and sort of needle this knight into the b5 square and try and get in. That's one idea. We might also try and just crack open the center, because, as you said, these pawns are really sort of stunting these pieces. But if we can break this down, it could be really, really positive for white. So probably looking at an advantage. Aaron, again, king, these pieces difficult to get into the game, but
kind of locked in there.
Yeah, no, completely. Probably white feeling quite good. So Warwick looking quite positive so far in this round. Let's jump. Yeah, do stop me if I'm flicking around too quickly. But yeah, we've
just
got
the camera over the board now.
Have I got the camera?
Yeah.
Can everyone see the camera on the stream?
No, it's just the board in the middle.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Is the same position. White, yeah, lots of games with this bishop in the corner, and white trying to put some pressure. Do you play like this as white at all, or are you a sort of e4 grab a center person?
I usually grab the center, but when sometimes you lose the center, and then the fianchetto is the only way to get the bishop out.
Yeah, 100%. And this bishop, always when you've got this bishop, it takes a bit of time, but you can see this is the longest diagonal on the board. So if you can get your bishop there, that is really, really nice. Knight e4, bit of an unusual one. I have not seen that before, actually. But he's going for this and trying to set up with these pawns. This is called a stonewall structure. So white, and with this knight in e4, trying to sort of get a bit of a clamp and gain some space in the center. But when we've pushed pawns in front of the king, you can see this guy's looking a little bit weak. So yeah, really, really interesting sort of double-edged position here. Knight e5, and yeah, white trying to sort of trade some pieces, get this knight out of the center. And it's gotta be looking good for white, I would say, in this one. If we have to kind of crawl up with bishop f7, then yeah, definitely like what white's done so far. Connor seems to have a grip on this one. Yeah, what do you think about this one? Do you like this kind of stonewall formation in the center, or
it does look like it kind of trapped in white's light squared bishop is not making good use of the diagonal.
Yeah, yeah.
So a nice way to counter the fianchetto.
Totally agree. But yeah, if we can get this move in with a shuffle of the queen or something similar, then it feels like white has some initiative. But it's just a case of who gets there first. Or stop throwing arrows in the center. But yeah, really, should we cheat for just a moment? And apparently black doing okay with the move e5, and then if we just show that, so what the computer's saying is, and particularly with that bishop on g2 that you were talking about, we can play e5, and then after the pawn takes, we take this bishop, flick it around here, and then suddenly this pawn's looking a little bit weak, and
Warwick's got the nicer diagonal.
Warwick has, yeah. you know where Sid's allegiances lie. You're watching.
Absolutely.
And he's found e5, so this one might be turning around for black, and yeah, obviously feeling quite positive there. So Warwick in for a good result. Where do you want to go next? We've got a draw already. I don't know how that's happened, but
I think that's Cambridge versus Bott.
Okay, should we?
Yeah, that's a bit early, isn't
These
it?
guys, they've probably pre-arranged. They've seen all these moves before. Okay, and we've got the Sicilian. This is a variation of the Sicilian. I think it's called the accelerated dragon. And white plays this move c4, trying to get a grip over the d5 square to stop black from breaking out. So really nice kind of constricting system from white, and yeah, feels like we've got the space. Black is always trying to trade pieces here because black, a lot of paint on the board. Black is trying to trade pieces because with that space, with white having space in the center, kind of constricting the square, you feel a bit cramped as black. So black is trying to get some pieces off the board, but it feels like he's managed to do it. And then, yeah, they've agreed to a draw in this position. I think black's going to make some trades, and yeah, they've decided that they got up a bit early yesterday, and they want to head somewhere else, which is fair enough. Okay, so that one, should we just have a very quick look at board one? What's going on? What do you think is going on here? Another position.
No. I think black's bishops look better, got nice, more open diagonal, but white's knights have really pushed, and the rook in d1 looks like it can put quite some pressure.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think in this position, I think this has come from some sort of a queen's gambit accepted, and what white's about to get is this move e4, which I think is probably going to be played. There it is. That blunts this bishop, and it also sort of stops this knight. So it's all about trying to gain some space in the center, just like in that other game, and push black's pieces away. And that feels really, really problematic, actually. And yeah, he's traded off the bishop, but then this pawn is going to start to look quite weak. So I'd be feeling I think from this opening, which is quite symmetrical, it's quite dry, I feel like White's got a really, really good chance, and I'd expect to see a bishop coming, attacking b4, maybe the rook swinging up and hitting that as well, and it's going to be really hard to hold this pawn. So, and I mean, look at the clocks. I think that tells a story as well. We've got Black's been sitting there, probably head in hands, thinking, well, how am I going to solve this? So, yeah, he's put the bishop, but I mean, this is absolutely gorgeous center for White. So probably Cambridge feeling a bit better, at least on that top board.
Is it common that you see a lot of people not tend to castle, or at least keep this king in the middle at this kind of level? So you played in BUCA Div 1, right?
Yeah, I used to play this as Black, and I had a game where I did something similar. So you've got an opportunity to castle, or you can keep the king in the center. And exactly as is happening here, it looks like with the queens traded off, you think, oh, great, I don't need to worry about my king anymore. But suddenly a bishop lands on c5, and this feel a bit rubbish. So yes, this has some bad memories for me, and I think I'd be sort of sweating a bit as Black in this position. I think this is really, really tricky. I'm just going to jump around. That looks good for Black in that position. Should we head?
Do you think we could have a look at UCL's games? I think they're top of the table still.
Are they up here somewhere?
Board 1 to 4.
Board 1. So we had a look at that. This was the bishop on b7 we saw. Should we go to this position here? Sicilian, not a lot of moves actually, but what do you feels a bit quite balanced, although I mean really, really messy these positions, but not too much has happened here, I would say.
Yeah, at my level, obviously, you're trying to just develop your pieces. So I know White definitely looks better, but Black's also not going to lose any pieces as well.
Yeah, really. So, and I think in these types of positions, if we head back, we've played this. This is called, I think, the Scheveningen position, and it's a little bit dubious because actually in this position you can play the move g4 very quickly and just start throwing pawns forward on the king side. That's quite problematic for Black. But he's gone with bishop g5, and White playing really, really aggressively here, trying to get the king. King's not going on the short side, king's going on the queen side. And in this position, I think the move g4 is coming with a rook, and yeah, this king's going to get caught. So that's why he's tried to lash out with the move g5. What's going on here? It looks like some sort of theory, but yeah, what after takes? What do you think Black's got up his sleeve here?
You're gonna have to enlighten me.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot that. So yeah, so Black trying to sort of take advantage of the bishop, stop White from sort of getting a free hand, and I think, and I've had a look at the database, I think he's looking at this move knight g4. Looks a bit funny, but we're getting out the way of this pin, and then we're maybe going to take this pawn. So yeah, now you can see Black in this position would absolutely love to trade queens and get some of the sort of White firepower off the board. So I think, yeah, looking at knight g4 to snap. He's actually playing knight h7, which is interesting. I wonder if we can try and push this and get some initiative, but yeah, absolutely crazy game here, and a tricky one to play with 4 minutes on the clock. I think that much we can say for certain.
They go rapidly. They go very quickly.
They do. Do you know what the time control is here?
Is it 15 plus 10?
15 plus 10.
Not a lot of time.
Yes, and it goes even more quickly when you're sitting in one of those chairs as these players are.
Yeah.
Shall we
look at some of the Div 2 ones then?
Absolutely. You know that I want to go into
Bristol
Div 2. Badly, I think, but hopefully that's going to change. Let's have a look. Okay, where do you want to head to first?
We can start with the Bristol game.
I'm not sure I want to. Oh dear.
Oh.
Every time we've jumped on after about 5 minutes, and we're already behind. This is a really interesting pairing. Let's have a look. Going again with this, lots of bishops on g2 today. Okay, so white not claiming the center, trying, which allows black to push. This is for people here on the last round. This is a sort of reverse of the Benoni we were looking at, where black's got some space, but white has nice bishop on the diagonal, and in reverse is going to be looking to push these pawns on the queen side. So yeah, black tries to break out in the center. Looks roughly level, maybe. Yeah, king a bit weak, but this pawn also a bit vulnerable. So who would you rather have in this position? It's double-edged, but
I don't see in white. Black's just a lot more developed, see a lot less weaknesses, and especially white with the one rook trapped and the knight kind of with not many spaces to go. Only so it doesn't look as nice for white in my opinion. I'd definitely take the Bristol side here. But I remember playing Luke Honey in the Blitz and in my first time at BUCA. He's an incredible player though, so I'm sure he's got something cooking.
He is really, really tricky. I had a game against him recently as well, and very, very tactical, and yes, a tricky customer. I'd probably take white here and get checkmated pretty quickly. But I like this shell in the middle of the board. I feel like if I can get my knight to e4, if you give me a couple of moves, then I'm going to start to consolidate, and that is going to look quite chunky for white. So yeah, shall we just cheat very briefly? Probably going to say black's winning. Black's winning. There we go. I guess it's just thinking that basically this development is just not there for white. That's the problem. And this piece not playing, this piece not playing, this piece not playing. And it's saying that, and we'll sort of try and keep people up to speed here, but it's saying essentially that after bishop d6, we're going to trade off your one developed piece and we're going to checkmate you whilst all of these guys are just on their starting block. So yeah, he's trying to go with that. Oh, and that's a really nasty move. After just trying to think, I want to turn the engine off. So it's what the engine wants to do is just give up this piece. It's sometimes when you've got like enough sort of initiative as black, you can start sacking material and just to kind of keep the attack going. And it's saying that after this, the rook is
hanging as well. So
yeah, so we've got to trade, and then after we take this guy, we can see this queen kind of swoops into the position, and if you look at these guys again, kind of completely sidelined at the side of the board, and we've got a rook coming down, we've got a bishop coming here, we've got a knight potentially jumping into g4, and this looks lost honestly for black. So really, really tricky. Tough defense there. We'll have to come back. Yeah. And I think especially in a look at these players, he's got 6 minutes on the clock. That's going to be really, really tough to defend. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go next? Have you got any?
Can we have a look at the Warwick games? So I
yes,
believe the one that says Warwick 3 there with Damirelli is Warwick 2.
Okay.
I think they both seem to say Warwick 3 for some reason.
Okay. Which Warwick 3 do you want to go with?
She saw the top board.
Got it. Should we go here? Is that the one?
So the second team are currently third on the table, but they're yet to play either the top 1 or 2. So it's important they keep getting the points.
Yes. And this one I've played Ifan as well. He's a tricky customer. Okay, so we go. This is fairly kind of solid version of this Dragon Sicilian, where black puts the bishop on this long diagonal. Like as we saw in that other game, white often tries to kind of put the king over here and start just attacking like this, but white taking a bit more of a solid approach, trying to constrict black on the queen side. And then if we jump forward just to this position, what do you think's going on here? Is white sort of, it looks okay for black, you've got to say, with a rook kind of here. What do you think? What do you
defend e7 right now, right?
Yeah, I think you can't really live with that knight on d5 for very long. So it's just a case of how we want to capture. I'm tempted to see if we can take like this, and then after this move, play knight d7. Looks a bit mysterious, but if, let's say, we get a capture and a capture, this bishop with the pawn on d5 starts to look, it's kind of biting on granite a little bit, and with the knight getting to this really secure square here, feels like black is starting to consolidate and get a really good blockade, and then we might be able to kind of bring a rook round or something like that. So I would presume that black's doing quite well here. But yeah, it's just a case of how you want to play. I think knight takes d5 also a possibility in that position. But probably black hasn't been tested too much and is feeling pretty solid in this Sicilian. Let's have I do want to have a look at some Bristol games, if you don't mind, just to see what's where are they?
I think the last 4 boards.
Last 4 boards.
We just looked at Yutong's.
And he's gone with this knight d7. Let's have a look at. I feel bad for doing this to James Guest, but it's it feels necessary. Okay, slightly funny opening with the bishop. Have you seen this before, with the bishop coming and the knight on e2? Feels like a bit of a strange system, but
Sure, I think knight a6 is a little rarer.
Knight a6. Yeah, James comes out. He's an inventive player. I think that much we can say. He's trying to get it. If we skip through a few moves, he's trying to get in this move e5 to kind of force a concession here, and then he wants to put the knight in. But it's a funny way to get there. And this feels okay, but then he's gone a bit wrong. And yeah, he's lashed out with the king. So many weak kings in these positions, and this feels really, really drafty. I'm presuming that he gets mated. Yeah, look, these pawns come forward, they disappear, and then the king just spreads. Oh, that's brutal. And oh, this is a nice tactic. If I turn it's quite hard, but yeah, after c6, what's the move here for white?
I'm afraid I don't see it.
You don't see it. Perfect. So after, in this position, we've got lots of things going on. Pins. This king feels really, really weak. But white played a really, really nice move. Knight h5. Again, looks a bit funny, but we've got to take it because otherwise the king comes here.
Yeah, if you take with the pawn, you get queen to g5.
Yeah, so James had to resign in this position after takes. Queen comes to g5, and then this king is getting we're getting cut to shreds. We can't take this because of the pin here, and that's resigns. You're going to lose a lot of material. So yeah, I think the key thing here is whenever you start launching your pawns forward, just be careful and make sure that you're getting through to the other side and not the other way around. So yeah, tough game there for James. Let's have a look at Tommy. Interesting. How do you feel about this one? Feels a bit tricky with the king. We've got another bishop on g2, I presume, but this king, we've lost it, so the king feels a bit drafty. I'm guessing that this is a bit easier to play for white.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, to me it looks like you can double up the rooks. Black can double up the rooks, get a lot more pressure going on the pawns, while white seems a little more trapped, especially that dark squared bishop.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I think a really nice move, bringing this sort of last piece whenever you're attacking. You want to get all your pieces into the game. So, yeah, trying to get this rook over to f8, and I think feels really tricky. I mean, these pieces at the moment, we want to kind of teleport this queen somehow and get it in this direction. But yeah, I mean, it feels like eventually we're going to be able to do something as black. I mean, white probably needs to bring these pieces into the game, but at the moment looks like we're trying to attack. Get rid of the arrows. Looks like we're going to try and attack, and he's put the bishop here, just kind of claiming those light squares. Yeah, I'd be feeling good, I think, as black in this position. Right, we should probably stop looking at
15 minutes in, so the Div 1 games have probably gone a bit more now.
yeah, it's got quite depressing, I think, apart from this board one. So we'll hop back over to the championships and
have a look at how Warwick's doing.
Yes, of course. Let's have a quick gander. Okay, so we've got a draw board
already.
Oxford's one. Should we have a look on this final board here? Okay, so this is, we won't go through the opening moves, but yeah, just pick up straight in this position. What do you think's going on here? Is there, I mean, it feels good for white, I would guess, but yeah, what do you think's going on?
Great question. I think I would prefer white here. It looks a little better with the pieces a bit more defending one another, and black's queen side looks a little emptier. At least I might be able to pick off a pawn one by one and maybe even promote. And the rook's got the open file too.
Yeah, totally agree. And he's just played this move. He's just played this move knight c5, and the bishop here feels a bit stuck. We don't really have a good square, and so we've got to put it back on c8 where it came from. And yeah, these pieces again, like so many games where you just don't get time to develop, but it means that half your pieces aren't playing. And we've got so this actually probably picked up a piece or similar. I think after bishop c6, he didn't want to lose this pawn, so he's gone in for a piece sack, but this doesn't feel like enough compensation to me. What do you think? What's black's idea? Do you think he's just dropped a piece here?
Is it? Yeah, with the knight there, it doesn't seem possible to trap the queen in. So
yeah, and white's queen gets back into the game. This move rook f5, I like, just trying to gain some initiative, but probably it's looking good for Warwick with an extra piece. So I mean, maybe we've got to come back here, but even so, I think the move bishop g2 is going to come. I mean, there is a check actually with after, so we've got to, just to catch people up, after rook f5, the queen's attacked, so we've got to move that. I presume we've got to come to the c7 square and we attack the rook. But maybe after queen to e3, this is feeling a little bit. Yeah, after king g2, I think white's probably got it under control. We can try and
double.
Yeah, you're looking at doubling. I mean, there's got to be a way out after. Maybe we can double ourselves as white and just try and keep things together. Yeah, should be okay. Should be getting the job done for Warwick, but it's still some problems to solve there. I don't think we've seen this game actually. Let's have a quick gander. Looks about even, doesn't it? With king. Yeah, so it's going to be 4. I think there's a pin here which I don't like, but probably black is black is maybe just a little bit better in these kind of open positions. Having two bishops are long-range pieces, and so keeping them on the board tends to help. And it might be after the bishop. I'm thinking after the bishop drops back to f8 that this sort of black can just keep those bishops, and we're going to be able to try and break down white's position, but very, very gradually. But yeah, this one probably about even maybe. But looking good for Warwick, I think. Well, apart from you're down, that's going to be a win.
Edward's game. He's played really well for the rest of the tournament, so must have faced a really tough opponent this time.
Yes, no, he definitely has. Let's have a. This was this game that we had a look at. So he found this move e5. If we go back here, we had the move e5 when we were saying after bishop e7 we wanted direct here. But apparently bishop takes c5. I don't know about you. I would be playing that pretty quickly, but apparently it's a mistake. So I'm not sure exactly what's gone on here. But if we sort of go through, white's managed to get in this move e4, trying to break out this bishop and break down the structure. And then after sort of these moves, okay, let me hide it and see if we can do a bit of a, so we can solve things for our vote. So black's move, yeah. So we've got lots of the pieces have disappeared from the board. We've got even material, but we played the move rook d8, which is apparently a blunder. Can we work out what's going on after rook d8? See if we can hide that.
Well, my initial thoughts, if you take the queen, they take queen back. It's just a trade, but and I'm clearly missing something.
Yeah, no, me too. I wonder if we just go e5 and try and sort of solidify. That doesn't feel like a knockout punch. Oh, he's got some sort of queen c4 okay. Check? Yeah, so let's try and so after queen c4 check. If we intercept with the queen, then rook takes, and if we
can't intercept. You can still block with the bishop.
I can take this, and then after takes.
Oh, you get the rook.
Up this rook. Takes here, and that's an extra piece. That is a really, really nice tactic. So after queen c4 check, he decided he didn't want to go in for this block with the queen, but then we can just take this and. Yeah, queen c5 takes, and we've got a rook against the queen, but you're quickly going to be overpowered in that position. And then after h4, h5, trying to challenge this knight was blocked, and then e5, he just resigned because this pawn is going to cause some problems. And it's really nice tactic there from white with the move queen c4. That's a great find. So yeah, that's.
How did Victor and Daniel?
So we had a look at this one, and this was Alpine Sicilian after c3, and we've got
this kind of skipped. Looked better for Victor at the start, but maybe only a little bit.
This looked really, really strong. So again, we sort of, as with the previous game, these two bishops in an open position. This looks fantastic for black.
Embedded.
Yeah, and that bishop on d3 just kind of cuts off the king on both of these directions. So, I mean, that looks really, really challenging. But somehow, yeah, he's managed to wriggle out with this move knight e4. And you should just kind of keep things. There's no need to trade for black. You should just play f5, kick this knight out the center, and keep going. But he took for some reason, and after pawn takes. I think he's missed something here. I think after rook e4. Yeah, what are we doing after rook e4, do you think? Because that must have been his first choice. Maybe we can. I'm thinking, so in this position, black's got, I mean, they look a bit rugged, but we've got these two extra pawns. But maybe he thought after, let's say we trade, we come here, we want to get out this bishop, so let's just put the king back. And then after king f3, the rook has got to be sort of shunted off this 4th rank. So we drop back, and then we could play a move like, sorry, get rid of that. To play a move like rook d4, taking this pawn, and then
keep the double pawns.
Yeah, and then even though black's a pawn up here, the fact that this structure is shattered is going to mean it's going to be a draw pretty quickly. So I think he might have just underestimated something here. But once that light square bishop is gone, this feels very, very dry, very equal. And yeah, after rook e4, we're getting a similar variation with king f3, and they agree to draw here because it looks fairly balanced. So yeah, Victor, I know he had a bit of a miss in the last game with that queen d7 move, so probably going to be kicking himself.
I think we had another result there just on the 4th board. Magnus's game just ended.
And he won this one. We were predicting, I think.
I think he had a pretty nice position there.
Where do we leave off after? We were here around these parts. White played this move, queen b8, taking the piece, and I found this fantastic tactic with knight e6, trying to. I wanted to move the queen, but he's played a much better move. Knight takes e6, hitting black's queen, and after this exchange, we get out the way, and then after rook takes, he's given back the piece, but we can see we've got loads of pawns here as white, and after rook c5, this pawn is weak, and yeah, this feels like white's really taking over, and he's made his life easy. So really, really nice exchange there from Warwick. And after king d2, we got lots of shuffling here, but essentially these whites kept the advantage. And it's Space Invaders time. We're going to start pushing these, and that's it. So that nice control game there from white, you've got to say. So at the moment you're down, but let's flick onto this game with the two bishops. That's an extra piece. Something's gone a bit wrong here for. Okay, so we had this position. Black's given up this 2 bishop advantage, but with these opposite color bishops positions, lots of people think opposite color bishops means a draw, but actually, like when queens and rooks are on, often it means I can attack because you can't challenge me on these light squares. So these squares around the king here become really, really weak, and that's what looks like it's happened here. So white's gone and hunted some pawns, which of course I approve of, but after this move bishop d5, we're getting the bishop onto this square. We're getting the queens coming down here. And that is looking really, really dicey. Play bishop h1 here. Hits the bishop, which I like. And this bishop's also running out of squares. So, yeah, and White's trying to add some complications.
That bishop's trapped, isn't it? If you just go to d6, you got rook to d8.
Yeah, we're running into there's a kind of continual mate threat hanging here, but also the rook comes to d8, and it's all falling apart for black. So a really nice conversion by Aaron, I think. And after, if we skip through to the live board, we can see looks like white's got a sort of extra pawn for the piece, but the real problem is this king is really, really weak, and I imagine that a move like queen h6 in this position is going to start to wrap things up here. So Warwick, unfortunately, sort of running out of. They've had a tough start to the day, and yeah, they might be sort of falling out of contention. Shall we have a look at? We've got Imperial, I think, and UCL are the top two. Should we just have a quick look to see how they're doing?
Oh, UCL are up 3-0 already.
So UCL have clinched. If we head up to the, so this game they won with. Should we have a quick gander through that after? So this was the position, to remind everyone, where black got this bishop onto this fantastic diagonal, and then lots of things have happened. King really, really weak in this position. It's been a really common theme today. But yeah, it's kind of run back and forwards. But I think essentially the problem is that we've started pushing pawns on this side, and they can't move backwards, and that's why the king is looking really, really drafty. And in this position, he's he's played this move Queen E2 and just eliminated this knight, which was defending that square. After takes knight F3, yeah, we're going to lose. We're going to lose one of these pieces if we step into the line of this queen. Then knight to D4 and think of everything.
Check and you grab the queen.
Yes, there might be something better actually in this position because we could block. But yeah, that's an extra piece, isn't it? And he gave up the queen. But yeah, this is good. Having an extra queen always helps.
Yeah.
That one's gone. Should we have a look at this game just while it's still going on? Okay, after what's going on here? This looks good for black, I would say. Pass pawn's also good because you can get new queens. So after bishop G5, we've run out of checks, haven't we? And we're gonna promote this. And if let's say we go queen to C2, we promote. We don't make a knight because that would be a bit cruel. But we make a queen, and we shuffle over here, and this king is gonna go. So yeah, after bishop G5. White's decided to resign.
Oh, that
so
that's what you were on there. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Is that a 4-0 win from UCL?
4-0 by the looks of it. Yes. In this, I think we might be coming to the end of the round. So we'll have a look at the scores very quickly. UCL 4-0. Imperial also doing well with a 3-1 win there. We'll skip that. Durham against Nottingham. We've still got some games here. Should we have a look?
Let's have a look at
it could be critical. Okay, so this is a draw. Have you come across this pattern before?
Yeah, yeah. On the edges, if the king's behind it, that's not promoting.
Even with a dark square bishop in this position, you can get. I've been caught by that before. Where they trade down and you can't make any progress. So yeah, that looks positive. If we have
they've just drawn.
Yeah, this one's ended in a draw. Have we got one more game?
Oh,
there we go. Okay, this is a rook ending. Should be a draw, but I'd always be a bit hopeful in this position as white that we're going to start to run this pawn. But yeah, probably. Do you think this is probably holdable for black with a minute left on the clock?
I mean, the rook needs to get to the right side, so I assume going up to B8 and then maybe across like that. But yeah, maybe. Yeah,
I
think probably is gonna end up being a draw.
I think so. I like this move. Just to explain for people watching this move, King G2. What you'd like to do as black is put the rook here and keep it there, but we're going to get sort of kicked around. So after King G2, he's trying to stop this rook getting here and then start pushing the pawn. But it feels to me black can keep, if you can keep this rook on the H file, basically you can't make any progresses as white. But it feels like we might be getting somewhere, maybe. Possible. It's hard to say. That the issue is we can't really get this king into the position. So yeah, maybe we're just about holding on. But after King G3, we can slip down and this rook is going to stay on the file. So I think this holding. It's always a bit nerve-wracking. Obviously, these guys can't see the engine, so you're never 100% confident with a minute left. But I would say probably, yeah, I think we should be able to make a draw, and potentially we can try and flick in this move. And the more trades we can get as black, the closer we're getting to shaking hands. And yeah, 5 minutes to go to the next round. So that looks positive. Have we got any other games still going?
Yeah, look at board 17. I think that all the games are now done.
17.
It was Cambridge v Bott. Again, two very strong players.
Yes. Yeah. And this is, I think we came to this position. White got a sort of dream situation after the move e4, blocking out this knight and claiming some space in the center. And we said this pawn's going to be weak. After this trade, we got bishop coming to e3. And although it looks like we're trading pieces, the problem in black's position is that both of these pawns are quite weak. And so after an exchange, I think that's what happened. White brought the rook up, trying to target this pawn on a6, which is really hard to defend. And then, yeah, bishop b7. Love that. And this pawn is just going to go to the end, make a queen, a6. Really hard to figure out what you're doing here. Bishop c5, king still in the center. Really, really dodgy. Gets cut off, and then a7. After this, we take here. We take with the bishop, giving a really awkward check, actually. And then after knight d7, just thinking we're probably going to play bishop b6 just to. Oh no, this bishop's defended, so we can just make a queen. And then after takes, hang on, we're getting hit by bishop d4. So if let's just work this out. After knight takes, I think we can probably flick in this move, bishop to b6, hitting the rook. Maybe not. It's a slightly tricky. Let me just double check.
I think then rook a8 means you can't queen anymore, though, right?
Rook a. So in this position, rook a8.
Yeah, if the bishop takes the rook, knight takes bishop, and then I think you're not getting as much material for the queen.
Yeah, possibly. So this one, I can come back with a check and I can make a queen.
Oh yeah, true.
And in this version, we've kind of skipped through quite a few moves there, but I think we probably win this. There's a bit of work to go, but we're probably going to get to bring the king over to this pawn, and we might win that b after a7. Let's have a look. After takes. Oh, we just take it really, really slowly. We capture this guy, and then all of our threats stay in the position. We just want to play a8. So yeah, I'm really, really convincing victory from white, and something's gone quite badly wrong, I think, in the opening there. But a nice game. I think Bath were sort of heading back on they hit the trampoline a bit, but yeah, they've had a bit of a setback this time. After squiz through c5, what do you think about this move? Always feels a bit dodgy to me, but yeah,
you don't really see that at my level, to be honest.
No, it's one of those where you're not pretending to play good moves, but you're just trying to confuse people. And yeah, this got quite bad for black, with these pawns kind of marching up the board, kicking. We never want to put pieces back where they started. That's a bad sign. And then after e6, this looked really, really good. And yeah, there's king in the center, always bad sign. And then after we got the queen in, and yeah, this king just staggers around, and that probably looks like the end of the game. So yeah, tough one there for Bath. But yeah, what happens when you play dodgy openings? Is there anything else you wanna look at? Do you want to go back to the scoreboard?
The results for the round overall.
Let's have a look. So
UCL's 4-0 win means they're going to look a little stronger on tie breaks as well against Imperial. But they're yet to play each other.
Okay, that's still coming? Okay, so that's going to be a really, really critical match for when it comes up. For a lot of pressure on the players there. So Loughborough against UCL, we can see that seems to have gone well for UCL, 4-0. Imperial also keeping up. Warwick going down very narrowly. And Durham against Nottingham. Is this game still? This is the rook ending. We might check in there. And then Cambridge also winning two good victory against Bath.
A lot better today than they were yesterday.
Yeah. There's it's tricky. Sometimes you can play well and still get sort of get on the wrong side, especially in this Division 1. So okay, let's have a. Should we go over to the plate just finally and have a look at what's happening?
Most of the
Teams.
games would probably be done. So
yeah, that's still going, but so skipping down to Bristol too quickly. Cambridge 2 against Oxford 3. That was a draw. Interesting.
I think that's actually Oxford 2, the two teams at the top, I think.
Is it? This
I
is
think
very
so.
confusing.
Yeah, it doesn't say Oxford 2. The other one also says Oxford 3 in both
Yeah,
instances of two
that
teams.
looks from the ratings. That looks like Oxford 2, Oxford 3, doesn't it? So they've drawn Oxford 2, Cambridge 2. Warwick against Cardiff, looking like a draw if Cardiff can win that on the top board. UCL beating Warwick, Imperial, and Bristol with another draw. Still waiting for a match win. But yeah, we will.
It
I'm
will
hoping for
happen.
that. In rounds, we've got to get. I will message some people at Bristol after this, but we need to get a 2.5 in one of these.
Yeah.
Should we have a look at the standings here? Let's have a. Where can I
I
find
think
a
the BUCA website is better for that. The
Let's have a
cross
look.
table.
So
So
this is on
it
the
was
plate.
Oxford 2, then Cambridge 2, both on 10 points. I think they played each other this time, right?
Mhm.
So that was an
Yeah, so
important match for them.
this is looking a bit more regular with Oxford and Cambridge at the top
And
of
it was
the.
a draw, yeah. The results for
And
that
it
one
was
are
a draw.
already in. So
Yeah,
it might be a tie break depending on how they perform later, which Oxford looks like they're winning.
yeah. No, I will. We'll leave others to pick up. But yeah, the pairings in the last few rounds are going to be really, really, really critical there. So that's turning into a bit of a two-horse race. Should we flick over to the championship table? So we started the day with Warwick with a three-way tie. I think with Warwick, I think with that loss, probably it's going to be another two-horse race between Imperial and UCL. At the moment, UCL have got an extra game point. So for those who, a bit new to this, obviously when there's a tie, you look first at the match point, so who's won more matches, but then second at who's won more games, and UCL have picked up an extra point there with that 4-0 win. So they'll probably be feeling, if they can hold Imperial, they're probably odds on to take the tournament at that stage. Shall we? I just want to have a look at this game in the championships. We had one just pending. Let's have a look. We'll skip through.
That means it has finished.
That has finished. We had one just pending, and then we'll probably jump. Yeah, we had a game.
It was a draw. Yeah.
So he managed in this position. Let's just finish off here. We'll flick through the moves really quickly, but White's trying to push the H pawn, really, really hard to achieve that. And yeah, Black's keeping the rook here, keeping an eye on this pawn, and he's going to start to trade. And it looks like good play by Black, bringing the king around. We've given up a pawn, but we're going to get back to this one. And then after king g6, king f4, check, comes back, and that is just a draw. These pawns are going to get traded, and yeah, nice hold there for Black. So looks like all the games are done. Shall we wrap up there for the moment?
Yeah. So thank you everyone for watching. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for the last two rounds. I think looking at the standings, I think round 9 will be quite decisive. That is for the championship. That is Imperial v UCL.
That's gonna be a really exciting clash. So yeah, no guys, thanks a lot for watching, and stay tuned for round 8.
Joining us for this again for the second year.
No, it's been a pleasure, and signing off. Bye everyone. Stay tuned.
Bye bye. All right, we're live again. Okay,
Hello, everyone.
welcome back. So we're now streaming round 8, 2 rounds left of the University Championships 2026. Got myself and Simeon commentating this round. Do you want to go on
And if we
teams
look
first? Look
over,
at the pairings
let's
first,
look
yeah.
over at the cross table first. So basically, the way it is, UCL and Imperial, the only universities with a chance of winning this. Everyone else is out of the running for the championship title now.
Yeah.
And the pairings for today are, the pairings for this round is UCL versus Bath, Nottingham, Cambridge, Warwick, Durham, KCL, Oxford, and Loughborough Imperial. So the key matches are UCL Bath and Loughborough Imperial.
But we love Warwick too, and we want to watch theirs too.
We don't expect too much out of these matches because UCL and Imperial are at the top of the table and Bath and Loughborough at the bottom. But next round, we're expecting the head-to-head clash UCL versus Imperial.
Should we start on the Warwick boards? Not too much on
Okay.
Chess,
We can look over Warwick quickly. So if we go through the opening, we've got a reverse Sicilian. Actually, it's more in English. With one of these bishop b4 type of lines. I'm not too familiar with these, so I will just skip through a lot of it, but they lead to very interesting positions that you don't normally see. So the players are going straight towards an endgame where white will have some structural advantage. As you can see, black is having to play with these doubled pawns. So this is definitely well within preparation, possibly for both sides. Although black doesn't really have much chance of getting an advantage here.
And Tom was commenting this on the last round, but we're seeing a very surprising number of games where at least one side didn't castle. It doesn't usually end well for them, even in Division 1.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward because you want the light square, so the king doesn't really have a place. And as you can see, Victor is opening up the e file. So Victor will enjoy a little bit of a space advantage where black might not have so many squares that he wants to put his pieces on. But there aren't many pieces left, so black has got excellent drawing chances. Should we move on to the next game? Because this one will either unfold as a win or a draw, and it'll be a long game.
Yeah.
So here is a difficult matchup for me because Abigail plays for my club in Cambridge, and she's not at university. And Arya is a very strong Warwick player.
My club at the University of Warwick.
So I'll still go for the opening because it's still quite early on. So we've got a Grunfeld defense, where black is immediately using this opportunity to recapture d5 with the knight because there's the possibility of trading on c3. So white has chosen not to go for a typical Grunfeld and has played a more closed system, so not taking the bait and trying to make the big pawn center. Yeah, quite an interesting maneuver, using the queen to bait out this bishop so that b7 is now a weakness. Black seems to know what he's doing here. So yeah, this is theory for both sides. And it seems to be white who's misstepped first and doesn't know what's going on. Yeah, this is a very interesting and powerful dynamic position for black. So we'll see what happens, whether white's consolidating in this position, trying to keep hold of this c pawn or making a weakness out of this b pawn, or if black is able to exploit the open lines that will be created for the bishops that white won't quite have access to in the same way, especially this bishop. And this one has a lot of diagonal, but it doesn't have many targets. So we'll see what happens.
A couple more moves since, yeah.
Yeah, so here we've had knight c6. There was an interesting opportunity to try and play with bishop to a4 first. But I digress. This is just an interesting move because it takes out rook d1, and it's just a chance to get a bishop outside of the chain. Whereas playing knight c6, you lose this b5 square with the bishop temporarily. I digress. I think we should just move on, have a look later, see what happens, because the game's not really taking a shape yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, this is very exciting.
What was the opening?
The opening was a Sicilian
really
Alabama.
quickly.
So, yeah, Black basically said, I'm not going to play into this elephant. I'm just going to play into a closed fianchetto setup with my bishop here. And White can have a big center, and I'll fight it later. You can see this, like Black's not even challenging the center.
Yeah.
Not some pawn 2 squares move to challenge. It's just letting White set up, and these pawns, Black will try and target them. So because Black has left the space in front of the pawns, Black will be able to use the pieces more aggressively. That makes sense. And the pawn levers will come out later in the game, probably.
Okay. Would you say round would you say who do you think is got better overall though? Or is it too early to say?
It's too early to say. In a lot of these games. Edward Jackson, obviously very talented. I don't know who the Durham player is. At the moment, the position looks okay for White. White's happy, but these things can fall apart. And as you can see, it already feels very risky because White's not able to defend the center. But what White is doing is he's going after other targets in the position. So he's going after e7 instead. And there's actually a tactical set of things going on here because e7 is defended 3 times. And d4 is hanging. But if you take this pawn, what happens is that you unleash this threat. So this might not be the best move, but in a line where at some point you take on c8, you can see that there's only one defender now on e7, and e7 falls. So there will also be some very interesting tricks with the bishop capture. For instance, actually, sorry, this is quite simple. Actually, this is just the exchange. You can just trade. This is very good for White. So this pawn may be poisoned, and this kind of active play is what you need to find with White. You can't just sit on the position because Black will find ways to poke you and prod you and attack.
Yeah, like
So,
free pawn. I'd just take it.
yeah. So Black's having a think
Black
here,
did, right?
and quite rightly so.
No, I think they have moved. They played knight takes d4.
Ah. Let me reload this. They haven't moved now.
Oh, okay. I think that
was me.
We showed earlier.
No, so Black's having a think here, and deciding what to do next because his bishop e5 move is actually quite strong and restrictive. And we will see what he comes up with. But I think this is very good for Warwick, this position, on reflection. The final Warwick versus Durham game. This is very odd. So Black is down a pawn, but may be able to get some dynamic compensation for it.
Even on pawns, but it's just his ones are separated with the.
Oh, sorry, I counted 7 for White. This is, yeah, I'm not familiar with this. So this is a Sicilian, an open Sicilian. Do you know this line? So this is a hyper-accelerated dragon where Black hasn't committed to any central move. So what White can do is White can go for this kind of queen d4 type of move before Black has a chance to put the bishop on g7, and then follow up with e5 to get this knight out of the way. Because if you don't, then it just, the queen becomes a target, right?
Oh, yeah.
But then in the ensuing positions, e6 becomes a very strong threat.
Attacking the rook and attacking f7.
So white can play with tempo for a while and then figure out when to play it. So here white's gone very quickly and taken on d7 after f6. And now that's how we got here. So a very unique and interesting position.
I mean, being that pawns are a little close together, I would think white's probably doing a little better here, right?
Yeah, so white has the advantage that it's very hard to hide the black king for the rest of the game now. So you can imagine already you could stop black from castling if you wanted to. But black has an advantage to counterbalance, which is that black has this very big center that's coming alive very, very quickly and could roll down the board. So it might not be necessary to hide the king well if white's pieces can't obtain good activity. One of the things you could observe about this type of position actually is the c4 pawn is very important. If you imagine this pawn was on c2, white would have a very good position because you'd be able to put the bishop on a good diagonal. But as it stands, it's very hard to find a place for either of these bishops. So as long as black can keep white's activity down, black will be able to circumvent the weak king in the future. So probably we'll get a very dynamic position at some point.
Okay. That is. Oh, is that already a draw? Oh, on board one as well.
We have a draw in UCL versus Bott, which is interesting because
likely that they want to prep for the next game, perhaps.
Yeah, but possibly considering the tie breaks, we just have a look over. So the UCL and the Imperial are on the same score. So if they draw with each other in the next round, UCL has a slight advantage on game points. But it would probably be best to do everything they can to creep ahead further. And notably that they have both played teams they're both playing now, and both of them won 4-0. So I would expect they would both be trying to win 4-0 again.
So yeah, the draw was surprising, I guess.
Yeah, so it could turn around and Imperial could catch up on game points, and then it would be very tense because a draw would not be enough for UCL to clinch the title anymore.
Should we see how the draw happened?
Now, having said all that, these players are both very strong, actually.
Yeah, both FMs.
So having said that Bath is at the bottom of the table, yeah, they actually have brought some strong players, and maybe they just have some trouble on the lower boards, or they've just had a very bad tournament. So Berlusconi has gone with a French, very typical, and they have gone into this very classical French. Oh, okay, with knight e2. So this is an interesting point, which is that the knight doesn't belong on c3, and you actually want to place the pawn there to complete your pawn chain. Since black is going to be sieging this pawn chain at the base. So instead of looking for further development, white first corrects this error of having the knight on the wrong square. The other way that is more common that you can play this is with f4, trying to bolster the pawn chain the other way and not fighting so hard with the d4 point. But this is also very typical. So we see c3, that makes a lot of sense. Picking the pawn chain, knight c6 attacking, knight f3 defending, and then a quiet move, bishop e7.
So he's going to fianchetto maybe, white.
We'll go through the rest of this game because it's only 20 moves. So white went for this a3, which is also very theoretical. It's kind of angling for some kind of b4 move. Usually not capturing first, so it's not captures and then b4. Usually it's actually some kind of plan. But the other thing it can do that's very important is that if you imagine black capturing, white capturing, these pieces start to look very good. Yeah. So having a3 on the board, it can be very helpful in those positions. So white has continued by getting the knight out so that he can castle soon. And black has gone to exploit the fact that white is not well developed with the king. And will take a couple more moves to do so by immediately going up this diagonal. The trick here, of course, is that the queen is threatening the rook, so b4 is very weak. if you try and push it, and a piece could be sacrificed into it. So, yeah, this is a theoretical line, and both players seem to know it very well. So what we might find is that this was just a well-planned theoretical draw. I can't really explain queen c7 other than the fact you're going after this e-pawn, and that seems to be the only thing black can do to gain activity in this position. Otherwise, you're heading for some very murky waters. The bishop d3, and what happens here is white starts to attack the king. And that's probably how we end up getting to a perpetual. Of course, the trick here is that you're getting this knight back.
Yeah.
And then white just played bishop g7. So perhaps Berlusconi not very happy about this.
Yeah.
But end of a long tournament for him. I'm quite interested. Maybe this was just for them a head-to-head, and they're both very strong players. And that's why Dmitry decided to go into this draw. Just testing whether Berlusconi knew the whole line, taking a clean draw off him.
Yeah. Should we look at the other games in this match?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's try and see why this Bath team hasn't done so well in this event. Maybe they will be struggling on the lower boards. But this is another open Sicilian. This is a Rook de Rouser, where you go for these two knights. And you hold up e5, you control the center, and you hold all your pawns back, and you don't give away what you're trying to do yet. The downside of this is you have actually committed this knight, because quite often you find this path is very good, or this path, because white has given up this d pawn. And that means that to control squares on the c file, he needs to use the b pawn, but then the c file becomes entirely weak. So these knight outposts are very good on the c file. So we see Aditya Verma going for quite a classic fianchetto line. Very solid for white. And then knight d2, yeah. So this is the kind of setup you can play against almost anything with white. It comes up a lot. And you can build an e4 repertoire even around this if you want to. Play into a lot of openings. And then a very quick knight d5. So that's very interesting because it blocks up the bishop.
Yeah.
Whilst black's bishop is very active.
So you'd probably say this is favoring black a little bit more, right?
Yeah, it's quite tough to evaluate because white has all the space. And black might find it a little bit difficult to coordinate and play against a specific target. Whereas white does actually have some clear targets. So white can very clearly target down the e file on the e7 pawn. White can start a kingside attack quite slowly. But white's main priority is to handle this knight first because it's propping up black's position quite well. It's got a lot of nice little threats. So h3 was played. Valuing very highly this possibility of bishop g4, I think. When this f3 square becomes quite weak. So even though white's bishop is not so good actively because it's the pawns in the way, it can become active if black ever tries to trade. So it's not bad to trade these bishops. You can imagine a line like this. And then the knight just pops back out again. And then this king structure will be quite weak without a light square bishop. Even though black doesn't have one, black's queen and knight will be very good at harassing white.
Yeah, it just looks a little better for black with the way his pieces are positioned.
Yeah, black has good pieces and white has space. It's hard to say that either side is much, much better. So black is going very aggressively with the piece play. With queen b6. Have c3, bishop b5. Black is just trying to roll. Jacob Yoon is just trying to roll over Verma. So Verma counters back with a4. It's very nice. Bishop b4. I'll skim through this because we were going to run out of time. And it looks like white has countered this attack quite well. But it's a very dynamic position and almost anything could happen. We see the trades, and all things said and done, white hasn't attacked down the e file, but black has this extra very nice pawn on b7 that's passed, and white's structure is in shambles.
The double pawns aren't great either. Yeah.
The king is open, the d pawn is hard to defend. If this knight is rerouted well, it'll become an absolute menace because of the number of weaknesses in white's camp. Yeah, you can already kind of see it's getting a bit scary. f5, a very nice move. Just saying you can't take this because I'm going to come in here.
Yeah.
And your king is actually going to be weaker than mine without this rook to support the back rank.
I think the formation's called Alekhine's gun, right? Or this...
It's very close to an Alekhine's gun. You typically, the queen will be at the back in the Alekhine's gun.
Okay.
That's a very exciting move to see there. And if g takes f5, then black's structure will be entirely compromised. And you can imagine not just the queen coming in, but also a rook coming in via f4 and h4, or via f5. I think we should probably move on.
Yeah.
Shall we have a look around and just see if there are any interesting positions that we like? So you have a look and you point me to one if you see one that looks really exciting.
Let me get these up.
So this looks to me a little bit like Spanish. White is going to have some strategic play. Whilst black is going to have a very solid position for a long time, and we'll see. This is very drawn at the moment, but it could explode in either direction. This looks very exciting.
The bishop's
so
not a great place, is it?
It's not, but you can definitely bring it back. Trade them off. This is very exciting. Black has an interesting structure, and white has no structure at all.
No.
This king is completely out in the open, but somehow safe due to the f-pawn blocking the file. The lack of light square bishops is also helping white here, because the infiltrations are very scary. So white's queen is going to be doing a lot of work to keep black out. And white is going to try and use the space advantage to find targets in the black camp and go after the pawns. Whilst white kind of has no targets for black to go after except for the king. So black will try and find an active play and maybe try and pick off a pawn and make a winning endgame. Whilst white could try and checkmate as well, or could try and push black off the board. This is quite an exciting position to play because either side can go wrong very badly, just in one move if you lose concentration.
Yeah.
As long as white's careful, though, he should have a good position. So this will be interesting. Bath maybe have good chances against UCL after all.
Yeah, it would. If UCL lose this, it'll be really tough to. They need even a win might not be enough to in the last game to.
Yeah, that is a possibility. I had thought that Loughborough and Bath being at the bottom of the table meant that it would be very unlikely for them to win an upset game. But let's check out these matches real quick.
Having seen through a lot of these games, they've all been quite close. It's not been either. They've both been playing really well. Exciting.
I've jumped here because the white player is very close to timing out, so this looks like a clear win for Imperial. It's just two bishops versus a rook. I expect black to clean this up very easily, very well. Not much more to be said here. Black's just going to take everything and win. So that's a win for Imperial. I'll go to the bottom board as well. Imperial bringing a very impressive team, actually.
Yeah.
With their fourth board, a 1960 FIDE-rated player. Very impressive. Everything to play for here, it seems.
This one's not traveling
Very
as
exciting.
much. Loughborough's board 4 has been doing really well too. The one's picked up a lot of points for the team, I think. Yeah.
Oh, yes. It's on 5 out of 7.
Mm.
And fighting to get to 8.
Yeah.
Very aggressive play. Let's go to the other boards first, though, because that one will take a while to shape out. This is quite exciting. Structurally, there's no way to force an advantage here, I think. The position will be very tactical. It's hard to say exactly what to do because I'm not quite strong enough to know. But this might be where experience proves the difference maker, and we might see Imperial triumphing in this game as well.
Yeah.
It's a very odd position. This knight is well defended, an outpost here, so that these squares can't really be picked up by white. There would be absolutely brutal domination if white could pick up these squares and find some activity. But white's rook and queen are a little bit offside. And black is trying to strike into the position now. We could see f4 here. That would be very, very exciting. Because you can take this pawn, but you walk into knight e2, of course.
Oh, that would be quite
bad,
yeah.
So I think we're very likely to see f4 actually, because it makes a lot of sense. You don't ever have to keep this weakness on the board, and you can open up your bishop somewhere, and then you can just start going at the white king. The other thing that's very nice is that white's queen being offside means it can't get quickly to the diagonal facing the black king. The ideal square, of course, being d4, because d5 is taken. So we'll see if white finds the appropriate counterplay to hold black off here. It looks very promising as a potential win for Imperial. And black might just push through and checkmate.
Oh, game's ended already. Is that the Imperial game?
Yeah, Imperial just won this game. This is very clean, very simple. At the point we joined, it was 2 bishops for a rook. We can have a look at how that happened.
Yeah.
So we had some.
I actually need to jump off in a second. Tom will be back momentarily to take over for me.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I can go through this really quickly first.
Yeah. So we had a position very early in the opening, actually. Very interesting position played where white didn't play e5 directly and waited, allowing black to take and play this line. And it seems white got a little bit greedy. I'm not really sure what he's trying to win here. And he's given up his chances to make compensation by capturing on c6. So yeah, this seemingly just went very wrong very quickly, and there was 2 knights for a rook already at a very early point.
Tom's just about to join, so I'm just going to swap over to him.
All right. Shall I keep talking?
Yeah, you can keep going. Yeah,
okay.
The stream's still going. You're just going to get
so
a
superficially it looks quite nice for white because black only has this 1 pawn here, but if you look for a little bit longer, it all falls apart. This bishop is too strong. This pawn is falling. This bishop is very awkward. You can attack it very quickly and bring the knight in. This knight will also find ways to become devastating, and that's precisely what happened. The knights became too powerful very quickly and managed to trade with the bishops, and from there it was just over. Tom, are you there?
Yes, I am. It said, have you got a dash?
I will be around, but I can't. I won't be able to talk from a moment. So sorry. So
okay.
Thank you for taking over.
No problem. Where are we up to in the round? I guess we'll come
back. We're closing out on round 8 And we've got most of the games are still going, but a lot of players going down to 30 seconds, getting low on time.
Okay.
So what we've seen is some interesting and close games between Bath and UCL, particularly this fourth game, which could get quite tactical, and Bath has winning chances. Although I'm not sure anymore. I think Sue Edison is hanging on now and is probably potentially getting towards the driver's seat if he can get all of his pieces back out and start bullying the White King.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I like that move. After A4, I can see it suggesting Queen B8, which is quite a funny idea. I guess trying to defend E5 and then you're going to shuffle the king into the corner. But no, I agree with White's king with the black king on C7. That could be a bit safer than White. So yeah, maybe some chances to counter attack this.
Queen A6 played, very exciting. So this strategy is quite important because you need to get your activity. And White may now have time to, as you can see with the arrow, actually hide the king. Okay, interesting again. So yeah, this is a very exciting game. And we were talking at the beginning that UCL and Imperial are the clear leaders and they're neck and neck. And they're very, very favored to win these games based on the standing, these rounds, this round. But Bath putting up a lot of resistance, clearly.
Yeah, that looked like, and I think we flicked on before. I think Bath have sort of been a bit unlucky with some of the games, but have a strong team. So probably a bit more of an uphill climb for UCL to get back. What's happening with Imperial on the other boards?
Yeah, I was just gonna look over these boards and see if we could see any chances for Loughborough. So here, Bottazi has played very actively, very well, and seems to be not a piece up, but entering an endgame where he can't lose. But big props to Oliver Howell for ending up a pawn up out of all the complications. When we last saw this game, Black had just played F4 and it was looking very dangerous. But it seems that White found this way out with Queen G5, just capturing the pawn, ignoring all of this pressure bearing down on the king.
I'd be absolutely terrified. I was sitting in White's shoes here, but
cool as a cucumber. Queen G5, and Black couldn't find anything better and just went into these trades.
And Rook C4, really nice move
yeah.
as well.
So really probably fun. Black thought he had this when he could captured the queen.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Rook C4, so that when the knight moves, you can capture that bishop, and Rook C2 doesn't win. And even more crazy, 93 is not working.
That is. I don't know whether that's luck or just skill. But
what an escape by Oliver Howell! Wow, this might be a very important game.
Yeah, it could well be. What's happening on the other boards?
Yeah, so Imperial have one on board 3.
Mm-hmm.
This was quite a crush by Black. On board 2, Imperial looks to have just gained a massive advantage. So this probably is going to go Imperial's way too.
We're just winning the C-pawn, I guess, in that position. It's not more complicated than that.
Oh, and board 4, yeah, it's just too much material. And there's no mate with these pawns. Imperial seems to have crushed on every board, actually, so maybe not such an important game after all on board 1. Again, Imperial is crushing here on board 4. And Loughborough, sad, is also running out of time as well. Bad position and no time. So very, very valiant play by Oliver Howell. May get a nice win against an FM today, but team's not keeping up, it seems. Shall we jump back to the other match?
Yeah, let's do it. What's happening there on board 2? I can see the bar is getting quite excited. And
Ooh, very nice by DC Verma. Very strong player, actually. No title, but a very strong player. So what's happened here is white has crashed through, and black is totally inactive. We saw this position a little bit earlier, where white was about to play f5. And it had looked like black had stabilized out of the middle game. Just needed to reroute this knight and would keep this bounty pawn that would keep white honest by always threatening to push this pawn and make some danger. But white has seemingly crashed through on the king side. The f5 is a very nice move because the queen can be deflected or the pawn can be deflected. And either way, you just can't continue to play this. So black had to try and regroup, but the pressure just kept on building.
Yeah, that looks and that black knight as well are completely offside on c3. It sort of looks like it's doing something, but yeah, black's army is just completely split in this position, and you're going to break through on the king side. Bishop g6 a really nice move, and you're just getting there, aren't you?
Yeah, so you see this knight is hanging, but actually white didn't even capture it.
I love the move knight e2, as the computer suggested. You know you're in trouble if you're going.
Yeah, the computer doesn't want to play any longer.
Yeah, computer's going sod it,
absolutely cutting the queen out of the game.
Yeah, that is.
So white has been keeping this pawn on f5 to block this, and now after all the captures, just blocks the queen out fully. So white's just going to convert this a nice victory for Bath, which puts UC on a very scary position.
Yeah, so on board 3, I mean, maybe they've got a chance to equalize there. Pretty low on time, but white
it's
having a bit of a bind.
Yeah, white's got a bind, but it's not. There's no material advantage yet, so he could drop things. It looks very good though because the B pawn is nearly lost.
Yeah, we're going to snap.
But shepherding the B pawn through for white will take a long time, be very difficult. And finding attacking chances against this weakness here is unlikely without the dark side bishop. Okay, black captures. Not wanting to get slowly strangled.
Just wants to lose a piece instead, I guess, after rook c6. How are you?
Yeah, how are you defending this knight? Maybe this was more complicated than we thought. Well, I thought maybe black should try and grovel.
Yeah, never a fun prospect with 2 minutes
losing
left.
Losing the piece looks very scary. And again, black just has no access to targets.
Mm-hmm.
There's no real weakness in the white camp anywhere to attack. And this is just sort of how these Roller Pez games go in Spanish. White can just crush and bind like this.
Yeah. Did this start out as a Chigorin or something similar?
It definitely was a Ruri. Yes. This was just the main line with knight c6 immediately. And eventually d5 was played.
Yeah, this is
a very standard position, but not quite sound for black. Playing it this way, you have to be very precise with the move order to make sure you're okay with black. And it's very tricky to keep pretenses up sometimes. With that knight just getting kicked out, that rook getting kicked out, and white slowly maneuvering all the pieces to point the queen side. And there's no real big break that black has here to get out of it, except to keep trying to play the position. And a very interesting trade, bishop for 9, showing a lot of confidence from white, and then just isolating this b pawn, slowly binding it.
Yeah, it looked like black sort of got back into the game when you've got that space, useful to keep pieces on the board, and somehow he's managed to kind of constrict, but ultimately that b4 weakness probably is proving that a bit of a problem, and he didn't manage to hold it in the end.
Yeah, you can see these knights have maneuvered to very interesting squares as well, precisely where they need to be to embarrass black the most.
Yeah.
Yes, this is over now. There's very unlikely that black can do anything, and the computer even wants to play queen a4 because back rank is hanging.
Yeah. That's queen c3 also a bit of a devilish idea with the rook c8, and you've got to trade queen, so that should be that's resigned.
And Aditya Verma has checkmated on the board against Jacob Yoon. Very nice win. So that will put everything head to head, but leaving everything on this game. For a moment, I thought one player had run out of time, but it seems to be a malfunction.
That is,
quite a position to risk the match on, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and I'm surprised that it's so positive for white. I mean, you can see with those 2 pawns on the king side, if you can start rolling, that's got to be good. But I just feel like I'm going to lose a rook to some sort of check and a fork in this position.
Yeah, no, white or Bath might be winning this match.
H7.
Very interesting. Queen h1. With the idea that you can skewer the queen and try and make something here. Of course, this is very hard to draw.
And
likely will still be converted, but that's a very crazy suggestion.
So he's looking to sort of trade h7, I guess, for e5, and what white's thinking is, if I can get some queens or some pieces off the board, this is going to be a bit easier to convert. So that could be a decent option. Obviously, white threatening to queen at the moment, so you've got to pick.
It's a very hard move to spot, and black has no time to play it.
Yeah.
Okay, black is just curled up further into a ball. Black is hoping for some outside resource here. It looks like white's just going to roll him, the pawn roller.
I love the
it's very hard to make any checks.
Yeah, really, really hard. I love this king.
King is really well defended, actually.
It's great, isn't it? With the king, like, you generally see this in an ending with rooks, but with the queen still on, the king moving up the board with the pawns, that's a really, really nice construction.
Yeah,
Zero's just safe enough.
It's looking for ways to poke in, but the king moves to g4 and you still can't check it. This is probably our tensest game then. I think we'll probably just stay here until the end of it, because the other key matchup is over Loughborough losing 3.5 half to Imperial, who will be hard to catch up with for UCL if they lose this game.
Yeah, definitely.
But anything could happen. White could run out of time here.
It's a mess, isn't it? So UCL looking, I can see that advantage has disappeared on board 3. Can we just check back in there just to see what happened?
Oh,
because that's going to be absolutely crucial.
Oh, whoa! What has happened here?
Is this a draw? Are you holding this?
It's possible. The pawns are very close to each other. If the king can just sit in front of them. But how did this happen? What went wrong? So there was when he blundered, but he didn't. He blundered into this with queen c7.
So queen c6 threatens queen e8 as well. So that just
queen c6 was the right way to do it, because you can't play rook c8 because of queen e8 mate.
Yeah,
and you are threatening to play queen e8 and take the bishop and be a piece up again. And finally, if king here, then queen d6, and black is just lost there as well. So queen c7 overlooking in panic, perhaps. They're very low on time now, but I'm not sure how much time they had back then. But perhaps bishop d8 was overlooked, and the surprise when it was played made Peter not see this queen c6 resource. He thought he'd messed up, perhaps.
Very possibly, and he's got very little time. He's just thought queen c7 it's not a terrible move, but it throws away a good chunk of the advantage.
It does.
Yeah, I mean, even though in this position black is 2 pawns down, because we've got those opposite color bishops, is really hard for white to break through on the dark squares. And
yeah, and this pawn is in the way. White
Yeah.
can't make these aggressive moves and create targets for black to defend. Normally with a queen and a bishop, you can sometimes win by just attacking the king and making targets and making a distraction for your passed pawn, but doesn't seem to be possible here. And white actually choosing to go into this endgame because he can't find anything better.
I hope we've got more. White's made
Very exciting. Yeah, white's made a lot of progress here. So just to recap, Bath won board 2. UCL made a book draw in board 1. Very interesting. So now UCL is looking to try and win this opposite bishop endgame and level the match before finally resolving this position. But we thought UCL were going to clear this match out, but now they're the ones fighting back.
Yeah, and this white's advantage has disappeared.
White's advantage disappeared here.
What's happening?
Is it a perpetual? You just circle around the king and the queen and you check them over and over.
Yeah, that's and we said like that weak king. I mean, it's like engines can play this and avoid getting sort of hit with these checks. But yeah, I guess this is just a draw now, and you can keep the queen on the top. So
e4 and king, no, and rook e5, and this was good enough for black to get out as to win the queen. And the pawns are so strong, this was still good enough for white to be promoting.
You're lucky.
It's a draw.
Escape,
they've now made a draw. So everything is now hinging on board 3 unexpectedly. With this opposite bishop endgame. Now white has 2 extra pawns.
Yeah.
And these pawns are totally blocked up, but white has to find a way to push these ones through. And this might work out for white because the white king is completely dominating these pawns and the bishop will have to stay and defend them. Whilst the 2 pawns and bishop will be able to defeat the king. So maybe white will win this.
Yeah,
and that would tie the match. UCL UCL are not going to win the match. So that means that Imperial have definitely stepped ahead of UCL, and UCL will need a win in the next match against Imperial in the final round.
So that's going to be a crunch matchup in the last one with Imperial only needing a draw.
Very exciting. And if UCL do not convert this endgame, if Peter Carroll fails to win this position, then UCL will not just need a win, will need to win on game points. We'll have to check the game points to see what happens if they draw as well. UCL were in the lead previously, but Imperial have just won 3.5. So Imperial may have leapfrogged them and have the tiebreak. Oh no, sorry, I'm being silly. Of course, UCL will have to win the next match.
Yeah, and white pushing pawns here. We've managed to get rid of that those obstacles on the dark squares, and we got 2 passed pawns. So this should be a tied match after
the march.
Yeah, Space Invaders time, and that's basically over, isn't it?
Yeah. Shall we do a recap on how this endgame turned into a winning position? Because this will be a good masterclass for anyone interested in how to win opposite colored bishop endgames.
Yeah.
So what white did is white tried to get these pawns resolved to good squares before attempting to come over here and get anything done, because it's just too hard to get anything done without another distraction because these pawns are so close together. So what white had to do is white had to push the pawns here and make a weakness that the king could slip in through. or make a light squared weakness for black that the bishop could maybe slip into g8.
Yeah, definitely with that blockade, and it looks like white managed to push them towards and force a concession from black with the king potentially coming in.
Yeah, possibly this g5 move being the error that tipped the scales objectively, because it creates these permanent light squared weaknesses.
Yeah.
And but it's very hard to try to hold this with black as well, because white can play around for a bit and decide how they want to push the pawns.
Definitely, and then once you force that concession, that clears the way for the king.
Yeah, and we got to this, and then it became inevitable that the black bishop would be stuck guarding these pawns, and then there was not enough defense anymore.
Yeah. Should we jump over? I can see
what do you want to look at?
Playing. Just to
so we haven't given any attention to any of the other matches.
It's a big
Nottingham. This is the first time we've seen it.
Big upset here, maybe with Rajat Makhal going down, and yeah, the F pawn just steaming through. Is that? I guess he's just blundered something to sort of allow this, because it looks fairly equal, right? But
yeah, yeah, this is an interesting one, because it looks like black has better pawns, because this one here, this G pawn, is so inactive. But these pawns are on light squares, and it's the light square bishop endgame. So they're the only targets. So it looks like what happened was white found a way in to target those pawns, whilst black's king was all the way over here on the queen side. Possibly also this a4 move created a third weakness that was too much.
That's probably it, right? Because I mean, he's trying to just sort of get a bit of a clamp, but yeah, that just gives too much.
They were shuffling, but then suddenly, despite having a lot of time, Rajat blundered the pawn. Very odd. Just played king d5.
I guess after bishop d1, he was worried about king d2, and then you're split between h5 and a4. It says there's a defense. So, king e7, and you've got to hit that bishop.
King e7.
That is really, really tricky. But he probably
very pretty.
Yeah,
it's very study-like. You've got the two squares on the board that attack this a4 and h5.
Yeah.
Is d1 and e8. They're the only two squares the bishops can actually be on to do this attack and defense. I mean, that's very pretty, very study-like.
That is amazing. But I'd be worried about the king and pawn ending as well here as black, and thinking that, like, whether I'm in time. So there's a lot of calculation to do, but maybe.
Yeah, but black will be in time to defend, and actually will win this if you take.
Oh, that's easy.
Because of this pawn and this pawn. This is much better. This c pawn is much stronger. But interesting, because you go bishop g6 and bishop g4.
Oh, okay. Just
barely. So incredible resource being missed. But I think the real mistake was this a4. If that hadn't been played, it wouldn't have been possible to isolate the weaknesses in the same way. Maybe white would still have play against these f and h pawns, but it wouldn't have been quite so easy.
100%. And he's just cleaned up after this with the a pawn.
Yeah,
hard to stop.
Rajat's tried to go in and take the pawns with the king as the only way to create counterplay, but then he's decided to resign.
Yeah,
I think maybe a lot of us would play on for a bit here.
Yeah, it depends who it's against, right? If it was against Rajat, I'd probably shake hands. But yeah, really, really nice endgame technique there from Nottingham. So that looks excellent. Have we got all of the games
around? Yes, we do. So we can look at the overview scores. I don't know how that looks on the stream.
Yeah, that looks fine. We've got everything there. So UCL being held to a draw, really, really important result going into the last round. That'll take them out of the top spot. And
yeah, a big win here by Aditya Verma, crushing Jacob Yoon in a closed Sicilian kind of middle game. Sorry, an open Sicilian with the d5 pawn against the dragon bishop.
Mm-hmm.
The top FM matchup, Dimitri making a draw with white, maybe not the best decision for UCL, but maybe that was the board that they didn't want to try and win on. But it came back to them with board 2 and board 4 not going their way. This game particularly important with white almost crushing actually, but black finding some last minute counterplay to survive, but could have gone either way for a while, especially in these tense situations, where this king was out in the open. There are a lot of weaknesses on the board.
An escape, strangely, for both players, I would have thought. But yeah, White probably kicking himself a bit that didn't go down. And yeah, I mean, lots of teams out of contention, but Oxford with a good, really nice win there against KCL. That'll probably sort of catapult them a bit up the standings. Yeah, Warwick with a draw, lots of decisive games, but yeah, draw between Warwick and Durham. And yeah, where have we got? Can we have a look at the standings just to see where?
Yeah, White winning on every board in that match. Warwick versus Durham. Yeah, Imperial clearing out Loughborough as well. So if we check the standings, they have been updated. So we now have Imperial leading over UCL by 1 match point, which means that in the head-to-head matchup we've got next in the final round, UCL will need a win to come out on top. Perfect. This also means that there cannot be a tiebreak.
Yeah, must be. So it's got to be if Imperial draw or they win, that closes it, and equally UCL win will take them ahead on match points. So yeah, a sort of big crunch game. Do we know what the individual pairings might be for that round? I guess they're not up yet, but yeah, crucial to know who's playing who.
We can have a look at who they were playing in the last round. So Bottazi will be matched up against Dmitry Minka. Jacob Yoon playing David Tran. Roman Kovalavsky playing Peter Carroll. And Edison Zhu playing Pek Mesrupian. So a lot of very strong players there. Only one player with a rating below 1900, but probably a very strong player still, Edison Zhu. Especially judging by the way he just played in that very exciting pawn roller game with the GMEH pawns and no king safety. Definitely not even a dark horse. Definitely a strong player.
Yeah, I know Edison
like that.
He's good. He's probably sort of 2100 in terms of actual.
Yes.
So that'll be a really good match.
An important reminder is that these ratings are FIDE ratings, not ECF ratings.
Yeah, really important. And you have a lot of people who are underrated on that basis, which is why some of them don't quite match. But yeah, what are your predictions for that round based on the pairings? They might try and switch boards, but yeah, what do you think's going to happen in that final round?
I think we'll probably have a tough board 1 fight because I think Bottazi will want to fight. For the others, I don't know much what they'll do. Jacob Yoon just coming off of a loss, I suppose, is interesting. And he may be kicking himself about, his team's status in the tournament as a result of that loss. So he may be wanting to bounce back. As for the other match, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think anything could happen, but yeah, Imperial sort of definitely, or UCL on the sort of lower side, definitely in with a shout. It's by no means wrapped up at this stage. Should we Sid, should we jump off and then yeah, you guys can get set up for the final round?
Could you pop to the standings on the plate if they've updated? It's not great
Yeah,
for
of course.
Warwick, but is nonetheless quite interesting.
So in the plate, we still have Oxford and Cambridge joint first place. They were joint first place going into the round, and they have both won their matches.
Bristol
And
still.
they have defeated every other team and drawn against each other.
Yeah.
So that is very exciting to see how that one. Oxford have taken a very large lead, however, on game points, so they may win in tie breaks. Unless they stumble against Warwick in the next round. Maybe we should check that out, as well as following our key matchup, UCL versus Imperial in the championship.
All right. Thank you. End the round here. That was great. Thanks, guys.
Cool.
Yes.
Great, thank you, Sid.
Thank you, Sid.
Right, so we are back for the final round of the British University Chess Association Championships. And we have a very interesting match situation. So in the championship, Imperial and UCL are looking to win. Right, so we are back for the final round of the British University Chess. Meghana, can you change your settings?
Okay.
And we have a very so what we have is Imperial and UCL tied for first place. The reason I say they're tied is because they're actually playing each other, which means that if UCL wins, they will leapfrog Imperial and come out in first place, 15-14 on match points. So there's everything to play for here, and Imperial need a draw to win. So, but in a team event with 4 boards, a draw is not as easy as in an individual game. So it'll be a very exciting match, fireworks in the championship. The other games that we might be interested in having a little look at are the plate final round, because Oxford and Cambridge are both leading here with 15 match points each, and they have played each other already to a draw. They've beaten every other team in the competition, and they are now playing 2 Warwick teams. So Oxford 2 is playing against Warwick 2, and Cambridge 2 is playing against Warwick 3. If they get the same result, Oxford will win on tiebreaks because they have amassed a large number of additional game points over Cambridge. So that will also be quite interesting as well. So firstly, we'll start out with the championship and then move on to the plate. Megan, are you with me?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. So wait, are we going to look at the UCL versus Imperial game first? Or...
Yes. We'll go into that first. So let's just jump into board 1, shall we?
Yes.
So this is an open Sicilian. And this is a Sveshnikov.
Oh.
And Bottazi going into this very thematic line from the 2018, I believe, World Championship, the Fabiano versus Magnus event.
Yeah, he was playing Sveshnikov quite often.
Yeah, so this was the supercomputer line that was discovered quite near to the event that made Magnus want to play this opening some more. He played this opening a lot when he was up and coming as well. But you play Queen B8. And there's actually a repetition here, I believe. I forget exactly what it is. But you kind of go Queen D8, Queen B8, and maybe Queen A4. I forget though.
Yeah.
But before this, this discovery was Knight G6. So like 97, Knight G6. People thought you couldn't really play this with black soundly, but it is actually a sound opening. So white has just continued getting the H pawns out, so threatening to harass this knight. And
does black have a castle?
Yeah, so black does want the castle, but black just can't find a square for this knight, so that strategic principle takes priority. So black will struggle a little bit to castle while this pawn is under attack.
Yeah.
But so will white, actually.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So what will happen is we'll get into a tense strategical fight. And in theory, white is pushing on the queen side. And black is pushing on the king side. But with the way the pieces are set up, the queen sitting out in front of the pawns, and black's piece is already here to fight on the king side. The strategic factors and the tactical factors coalesce a bit, so it'll be a very interesting dynamic position, and maybe both sides will be rerouting their entire armies later in the game.
Yeah.
We have a comment from King Crusher, who appears to also be streaming the match, perhaps.
I've never approved the openings from... Oh, fair enough.
Oh, let's see what the opening was on board 2.
Yes.
Well, Jacob Youn, so this is very interesting.
No way!
So UCL lost their last match against Bott, who are near the bottom of the table. Sorry, no, drew their match. they failed to win, which put them behind against Imperial. They were neck and neck going into the last round.
I see.
And Jacob Yoon was actually the player who lost on the UCL team. And they had one player who won and ended up scoring 2-2, getting a draw. So Jacob Yoon probably, I was suspecting earlier, would want to bounce back in this game.
I see.
And we have a Grand Prix.
Oh, wow.
So this is the old style of the Grand Prix, where you start with f4 very early, and people found ways to kind of debunk this a bit and play into it with black quite effectively, since the f4 was so early, or was committed so early.
Yeah.
And black hasn't committed any of these pawns yet. So black wouldn't waste time playing like d6 now. Usually maybe would go for something else.
e6, d5. Yeah.
But you can still play it normally with black. It's just a chance to make advantage out of the move order. So yeah, very standard old-fashioned Grand Prix with bishop c4. In the modern courses you can do on the Grand Prix, they'll all teach you to play bishop b5 and try and make this trade at some point, or dissuade this knight and make it move. But this is the old-fashioned way of playing it.
I see.
And it rather runs into some kind of d5 setup or e6 blockade on the diagonal.
Surely that means more for a reason you play bishop b5 to avoid the...
Yeah, so bishop b5 became the move to play against this knight c6. But this is still very respectable, I think.
Okay.
Just not dangerous.
That's the reason why you don't play d5 immediately. You kind of try to see where the bishop goes before committing the central pawns.
Yeah, and white's got a good hold on the center at the moment.
Yeah.
But black also decided that he wanted to play this in a more standard fashion, probably staying nearer to the book moves with d6.
Okay.
It's a very solid setup. Nothing to complain about here.
What's happening on board 4? What's the opening there? The 3?
Sure, I'll just whiz to the end here.
Yeah.
So you can see that black is playing the pawn still on the queen side. So let's go to board 4, yeah. Oh, King's Gambit.
No.
Incredible. So last round we discovered that Sue is a very, very aggressive player with the white pieces. And likes a big center, likes a big pawn storm, likes a big pawn push, and will compromise any king safety. Last game he had his king on f3 for a large portion of the game. And he had a draw with Bath on board 4 that was very pivotal, also to them not quite winning the match against Bath in the last round.
Okay.
So this is the King's Gambit, and it looks to me as they've transposed to the Fischer defense. With queen b3 and this move queen d7.
I see.
What do you think of queen d7? It's a very interesting move, isn't it?
Yeah, you're blocking your bishop.
Yeah, so black is going to really focus on the strategical factors and this extra pawn and this domination of the dark square bishop the white has. And sort of forego quick development, seeing that white already had pressure. So black's not going to go for fast development, but he's going to go for a solid development.
I see.
And white is going to grab the center. So what black has to be careful is not to get pushed off the board.
Okay.
While not putting his pieces on two stranger squares. So it continues quite set speed with knight c6. And the reason this setup works for black is because you're threatening to play knight a5.
Okay, yeah. And
so white has to retreat.
Yeah.
And then this whole thing is now untangled, and black can sort of keep developing. You don't need to keep the defense.
Yeah.
The black's playing very sophisticated chess, very high-level chess, very skillful. This is may turn out to be a completely debunked King's Gambit, but there is still a lot more to play, and white still has a very big center. So we'll see if white can open lines and find a way in. But black's played a very nice opening.
Yeah.
So I think that's why King Crusher is not approving of white's play.
I see. And board 3, I don't think we had a look.
Yes, we haven't looked at that one yet.
Mm.
What do you think about this?
Is it? Sorry, I'm looking. It's in Italian, right?
Yeah, okay, we can go through the opening.
Sorry, my bad.
So it is an Italian with bishop c5, c3,
Mhm.
very standard, quiet Italian.
Yes.
So if you want, you can actually play the Evans Gambit here. You can play some other gambits.
Yeah.
You can castle, which is a very modern thing to do, or you can
The C3.
play c3.
D4.
And what c3 leads into is it leads into the Greco Gambit,
I see.
which is not played here.
D3, yeah.
This is very theoretical and all solved, and I'm sure black knows this line very well and will get a very solid position, or maybe a book draw out of it.
Yeah.
Since UCL needs to win this match, probably he wouldn't want to draw, but he does have the black pieces. So this is a very standard maneuvers to play a6, hide the bishop, because when white does push through d4,
yeah,
it's nice not to do it with tempo. So if the bishop is hidden away,
yeah,
then black will be able to answer d4 without having to move the bishop. So basically what both sides do in this kind of position is they just develop the pieces. And again, it's not important to develop all of the pieces very fast, because black is playing against white's only way to open the position,
which is d4. Yeah.
So bishop a7 is very logical, perhaps more logical even than continuing development normally.
Because again, you don't want to let them push d4 with tempo.
Yeah, so white's only way of punishing black for not developing would be to push d4. So black is not doing something that's useless by retreating the bishop. So the development continues, and b4. So this is the first interesting moment. A lot of players, they like to just rewrite their knight
Fair enough.
and do all these maneuvers before they start actually playing any chess. So b4 is a statement, and I think Roman Komalavsky, he wants a game. He wants a fight. He wants space. And it turns out that what he was planning to do was not actually so typical as just grabbing space, because he set up d4 anyway and queen b3.
Oh, wow.
So perhaps the idea of b4 was actually to do with this knight a5 trick that was possible earlier when b4 was first played. He's just planning to put the queen on that square.
Yeah.
So this reroute by black is also very typical. And then black captures in the center and plays d5. Very, very solid play by black. I'm not sure what white will manage to make out of this, but we will see. So you would love to play e5?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you not get an open like rook file if you trade the pawns?
Yeah, so this isn't obviously a trade. So that's part of what makes it so nice. But you have b5. And now you can recapture.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So what you'll see after a few moves, so maybe here, and maybe knight takes.
Yeah.
You can even slow play with bishop e7 and really enjoy this. But of course you can just take it. You see that white has an isolated pawn. It's well targeted. And this b pawn is also weak.
Yeah.
Meaning that the c file is entirely exposed. All the squares will be weak on the c file except for the c5. White maybe wants to pile up here, but logistically it's much harder than black piling up against d4 and b4.
Yeah.
The e file is open. White has it temporarily, but there's no reason why black can't regain it later. or why black would want it, because there's active play against these targets.
Yeah.
So white's forces are also on the queen side, so it's not helpful to try and attack on the king side in some fashion. The queen's all the way over here. This knight is not really getting to the king side quickly. So it's quite a nice position for black to have. Black has the targets, white doesn't. So black might be slightly better here.
Okay.
What you wish with white is the bishop wasn't on the square, so you could play e5. That's what you wish you could do. So this is the same principle what we talked about with the black bishop being here. But now black is the one playing the pawn push.
Yeah. That also takes, I think, playing queen b3 takes away a square for the bishop to retreat, because you do the c3 pawn push, so you can move back.
Yeah. So another thing is very standard is just to put the bishop backwards.
Yeah.
Instead of stopping the knight from attacking the bishop. And then you can hide it, or you can keep it here. And then d5 comes with much less pressure because you can just play e5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So going back to the game, actually captured with the bishop.
Oh.
So this wins a pawn.
Okay.
Because the whole idea of b5 is no longer around, but it trades the bishop for the knight.
Okay.
Getting the queens off is not so good, because black will really enjoy this position, because white has no way into the position.
Yeah.
So black will just slowly coalesce around the weaknesses and find a moment to capture all the stuff. So like before, loads of weaknesses. Dark squared bishop can't really enjoy activity. Ends up on some very sad post somewhere.
Yeah.
Light square bishop finds a nice roll somewhere on the board, just taking over squares. So he took with the pawn, which makes a lot of sense, because keeping the queens on allows white to better defend all of these weaknesses and to gain more time, which will be used to develop properly against c7. So we actually just have some more development. And white might be looking to solidify this pawn.
Okay.
It's an extra pawn, but it's not a very strong one.
Okay. So is white gonna spend like the majority of the game trying to like hold on to the pawn, or like at some point do you like?
Yeah. So what will happen is white will try and hold on to this pawn for a while, maybe permanently keep one of them, if possible, and we'll try and go off to c7.
Yeah. And where does the dark square bishop develop to? Like, what's the?
Yeah, so it's interesting. You can't go for a typical plan with the bishop f4 if the knight was on f6.
Yeah.
Because the knight now guards that square. So it's a little bit awkward to develop this bishop. But probably e3 will be a nice permanent posting for it, giving overprotection to the pawn, which allows you to move either of the two pieces without losing the pawn. So overprotection, we like overprotection. And we need to move this bishop so that we can use c1.
Rook, yeah.
So black is also trading pieces. This is notable. Just like with the queen trade, trading a pair of rooks is good for black. Because we can head closer to a position where black can just eat up the weaknesses.
Yeah.
So it really depends if white can develop quickly. So yeah, this will be an interesting game to watch. I think we should move on there. Shall we go back to the first board? At some point we will catch up with Division 2, which is the Plate Championship, where we have two Warwick teams making the decider, and either Cambridge and Oxford can win.
Yeah.
Exciting stuff.
Ooh.
Look at this.
Oh, wow. This was the Sveshnikov, right?
Yes.
I see. The king really stays out in the open and doesn't...
Remember I told you that white's pieces are kind of... they're not right strategically. And the knight has come back and the queen has come back. Because white really does want to break through with the extra pawn on the queen side, because it's 4 against 3 on this area of the board. And black really wants to break through. It looks like black has made some more strategic progress than white. But black's king is very, very open.
Yes.
This is going to be a very exciting game.
So wait, UCL needs to win, right?
Yeah, UCL needs to win at least 2.5 out of 4 to win this match and win the championship.
I see.
Imperial only need a draw, and then they would win the championship because they are
Okay.
half a point ahead in the standings.
Wow.
Let's take a quick look for it because there hasn't been that many moves.
Yeah.
So bishop e7,
Mm.
attacking the pawn, g3 defending the pawn, f5, creating weaknesses on the g file, but if white can't get in there, then they're not weak. Big pawn center for black.
Yeah.
Bishop g5 before the bishop becomes inactive, getting it traded off. Also targeting up d6.
Mm-hmm.
So now we kind of see what's happened here is black has played against d6 that he has the targets on. This makes a lot of logical sense.
Yeah.
So white has played against this. And then a6 just in time. If white had time to capture here, then the king would recapture, like we saw in the game. But obviously black can't capture here because knight d6 is a check.
Yeah, comes with check.
And then you just win the piece.
Yeah.
And of course, king e7 would
Is he-
allow some discovered checks.
Yeah.
And then you can take the bishop.
Mhm.
So instead, kicking out the knight, white decided to trade, and we got this position where the dark square bishops are off the board,
Yeah.
and black has this big play on the king side, but weaknesses on the queen side.
Yeah.
And then the game went on for a bit, and white decided to try and break, and it was, yeah, and black just plugged the hole with this knight.
Oh,
Putting
wow.
this knight in the middle. And just saying, you put a rook on the e-file, you can pin my knight, but you can't get to my king.
Wow.
And
Is
part
it-
of that is
Yeah.
if you play around with black for a bit, you can actually lose this knight because this pawn is pinned.
Oh, wow. Everything's pinned.
So this works strategically because a5 will
Yeah.
root the queen, and if you go for something like this, you'll just lose the pawn.
Okay.
So black knows that white's queen can't be in here. So black is definitely within book understanding, if
Yeah.
not probably not book moves, but has a
Mhm.
very good understanding of the system that he
Okay.
is playing, as you can see by the very bold g5.
I see.
Completely undefended, by the way.
Oh, yeah. No way.
So black doesn't need to defend that because it's en route to white's king, and capturing it will just be too much. If you'll excuse me for a moment, can I leave you on another board to talk a bit? I have to go to the door.
Yeah, of course, of course. Sorry. Go for it.
So if I leave you here,
Yes.
it's quite exciting. It's the king's gambit position.
I see. So what's going on here? E4, E5. Where do we stop here? Let me pull this up. So obviously black's played d5. This one, black's castled on h8, and white's king is on g1. Let me go back. Thank you. Let me go back to
Hey,
hello. Yes.
you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. So white's still got a solid center, and black's pushing pawns to the same side that they've castled. And
Yeah, this was the king's gambit game.
yeah. White's pieces are still not developed, no? Like, is that?
Yeah, this bishop will always be a problem
Yeah,
as
well,
long as the pawns stand.
Yeah.
So white's trying this.
Oh, I see.
So white has all these lines,
Mm-hmm.
and it has the knights quite far forwards.
Mm-hmm.
But black's position is just generally solid. So black will maneuver for a while before black can really try and take tactical or initiative advantages.
Mm-hmm.
But black is very solid, so black should be able to just maneuver and get all the pieces active, and then finally break white's initiative and active center.
Yeah.
And white really has no proper way of dismantling black's position. There are no real weaknesses.
Yeah. Even though that black's pushed all the pawns on the king's side. If it's solid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, black's got
Yeah.
these two still back here, and he's got the bishop.
Mm.
And white's also got weaknesses. This is not a very strong setup either, but these pawns are unchallengeable. You don't have a way of breaking them without making sacrifices, and all of the black pieces are ready to defend.
Oh yeah, and there's no way for like white to like actually capitalize on the pawn weakness as well, because they've also castled on the king's side, and you don't really have any pawn breaks.
Yeah, you could maybe imagine the king on the queen's side, and then really going crazy.
Yeah.
But it would still be very difficult to break through because it's 2 against 4.
Yeah.
Usually when you're maybe 2 against 3 or 3 against 4, you can kind of do it, but these double death pawns are very good at stopping the attack. Because you don't have to open the H file with black. You can sort of just capture stuff this way instead.
Yeah.
It's very solid for Herc Misprian.
So wait, how does black capitalize on this though? As in like,
well, what black will do is black will slowly develop. And white will just drown.
I see.
But there is a lot of play here. And white has to use the activity that he does have to make the position work.
Yeah.
So trading off key black pieces like the bishops and making threats to start a kingside attack will be white's remit here. As well as finding a job for this bishop.
Yeah. So this is the move right now, f5.
Yeah, this is very logical as well because it means the rook is now joining the pawns.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Black might be the one opening things up on the king's side. And we're kicking this knight out. So that's what we're doing here.
The
This
knight.
is actually,
Yeah.
this is actually a very important moment tactically. And yep, he's gone for A takes B7. So if you don't get that trade in and you just move the knight, then B6 hits the knight again and kicks it out.
Yeah.
Whereas if you start with B6,
and
then you get different shenanigans because E4 isn't protected. Instead of going this way, you can go this way. And the idea is to win this rook. So you can block here, but there's always C4. It's very crazy. But this is the kind of crazy play you have to imagine as white. And the reason he's punted his pawn all the way up the board is because he can see. The reason he's played A6 after Queen C6 is because he can see this trick with the bishop.
Yeah.
It's very exciting. So we've had a few more moves. We've had bishop takes and knight C5. So like I told you, white is getting activity and trying to trade knight for bishop. So he's now made a weakness over here.
And
okay, interesting. So defending knight D6.
Is that
and rook D6 as well.
Is that okay? Rook D's fair enough. Yeah.
So black can easily end up in trouble here. Sorry?
Is the rook move like? Is it worth defending the D6 square, E6 square, right now with the rook move, or?
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable move.
Mhm.
you could come up with. Another move you could play is bishop c8.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
In
'Cause you
that case,
can
I would
take trades.
argue that you might want to capture with the queen if the bishop is going to live on c8,
Yeah.
and then you can choose where the queen goes
Mhm.
instead of having to have the
Yeah.
queen on c6. You can sort of choose where you want it.
Mhm.
But he's got a different route. He has decided that he wants to defend with a rook, bring the
Mhm.
other rook over, maybe to g8.
Okay.
But I'm not sure how he's going to contend with the a7 weakness now.
Mm,
So it
perhaps.
looks like black's only in this game is going to be to rock white on the king side
Mhm.
because of all these weaknesses forming on the queen side.
Yeah.
So very convincing play by Edison Sue, actually.
Mhm. So almost justifying the king's gambit.
It looks like a good king's gambit to me. Let's go back to this game.
Could we look at how Warwick's roughly doing?
Sure. Do you want to look at the plate matches?
Yeah, just to like kind of roughly go over how they're doing in the first round or the second one, because they're playing against Warwick and Cambridge and Oxford, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So
How
we've
is this the
got
one against Oxford? Warwick
we've got
3 versus
Warwick
Oxford.
3 against Oxford.
Mm-hmm.
Oxford are of course in the top position and need a win or a draw, but mainly they're competing with Cambridge, who are playing the other Warwick team.
Yeah.
So over here we got quite a complex position. Warwick has an edge,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not set in stone yet because it's after all it's black's turn, and there are a lot of interesting things that can happen.
Yeah.
You could surrender this
Mm-hmm.
and just win a pawn. You could take this bishop.
Mm.
So possibly exciting, possibly not very exciting endgame there. Board 2, we've got a very nice advantage for Oxford, I think.
Okay.
I feel. Another similar kind of position where it's one of these endgames with a lot of pieces and no queens,
Mm-hmm.
where white is sort of playing up the board and finding very good squares for the pieces that just poke at the black weaknesses.
Mm.
So a possibility for another win for white with the same thing. We've got a draw, which seems to be a queen's pawn opening position where they've just traded everything and decided not to play the endgame.
Okay.
Very interesting. And finally, Edward Gray playing against Oxford's He Candia with a queen trade now. This is also very interesting.
Okay.
It looks very hard to break through.
For either position, either color?
Yeah, because everyone's got their pawns on the same color as the bishops.
Oh, yeah.
And white has two, yeah. We've got the queens off the board now. So this will probably end in a draw or a blunder.
I see.
It's very unlikely that either player is of sufficiently high level to really push in this kind of position. It's very difficult to play this kind of thing. So in the other key matchup, we have, I believe, Warwick 2 against Cambridge 2.
No,
which starts on board 5.
2 against Cambridge. 2.
Both Warwick teams are called Warwick 3 in the League Chess. One of them is Warwick 2. This is very interesting. This could go the distance, this game. So on the board 1, we have had a Philidor defense, Fan-Ham variation, where black sort of just curls into a board. It looks a bit like an Italian with the bishop on e7 instead of out here,
sort of,
which makes it much more solid defensively, but less active. And what happened is all the pieces got traded. So black found a moment he wanted to take on d4, and then started threatening to take over c4, and got white to make more trades. Quite convincing by black, actually.
The trades work in black's favor because they've got their pieces more developed.
Yeah, so black plays for this solid structure that's not too overreaching. It just plays for the trades that they want. It's not usually what you find is white can't make much when black plays well.
Okay.
So over here, white's already just asking for the endgame. And I think this endgame will favor black slightly because of these very good pieces and all of these light squared pawns. So you can see what black's done here is black has very cleverly traded all the pieces except for the light squared bishops and a good knight. And this kind of strategy, you can plan it from the very beginning of the game. Once you get into this kind of structure, you can say that pawn's going to stay there, that pawn are going to stay there. You're going to defend that. You're going to defend that. You can see how it's happened. And he's managed to get white to trade off the dark side bishops. So we'll see what can happen. Okay, black not going for the endgame.
Results.
Yeah, that surprises me.
Yeah.
I think black should definitely play into the endgame because this queen's not going to do anything here.
Yeah.
That's a defending bishop. So I'm a bit surprised because it was a great opportunity.
Yeah.
But maybe black just didn't quite believe in the winning chances and wants to play a bit more before making the queen trade. And believes he can get it later. And it's quite interesting that the white queen will be allowed in at some point, possibly.
Yeah.
So that could go either way, actually.
I see.
White being a bit lower on time.
I think board 4
We
does
have we have a win for Cambridge.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Let's go Cambridge.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, didn't realize which way the board was flipped. Sorry. Oh wow, that's
I don't know if the board is correct, but black sort of played some double fianchetto and played this quick f5, but then white kind of took over in the center.
Oh, I see.
So black just didn't. White was ready to trade things. This is what happens when you're quite well developed. And then exploit very precisely the position of this black bishop and get his f4 e5.
Yeah.
And just these pieces were not active.
Yeah.
These pieces were. And there was no black piece helping with this.
Yeah.
So a strategic demolition, I think, on board 4 there. So we've got board 2 and 3 still we haven't looked at. Cambridge again, head on board 2.
No. Cambridge is having a much.
Ooh. And Cambridge killing it on board 3 as well, it seems.
Yes, they're having an easier match again than Oxford at the moment.
So this is the work 3 team.
Oh yeah.
They're not sure what's going on this board 1, but on the other board it seems Cambridge is absolutely dominating. Whereas
Warwick 3 is playing.
Oxford are struggling. They've made 2 draws.
Yeah, they're struggling as opposed to Cambridge, who seem to be having a better time. Warwick.
I will refer back to the table though. As you can see for the plate championship, Oxford are very far ahead on game points.
Oh, okay.
So if Oxford win their match, they probably just win outright. But they've there's a game ending here. Okay, they've won this game, so they're guaranteed a draw, which means that this is the pivotal game for the plate.
Game 2.
And I think there's not much to say here because it's possible that white can mess this up, but black is struggling on the clock and on the board.
Oh yeah.
White's just going to make some more weaknesses, I think, on the king side. It is possibly a draw. I like white's chances here, and they've agreed a draw.
Oh.
So that means Oxford have got 2.5 more match points, which, if we look over here, puts them ahead by 5.5. So even if Cambridge did win all 4 games, Oxford wins the championship. So sorry, the plate.
The plate, yeah.
So with that win on board 1, Oxford have won the Division 2 plate tournament. I think we should probably go back to the championship now.
Okay.
But I think it was a very clean in-game position. White just had an edge, found a way in.
Yeah.
Or not. It was a very exciting game. Okay.
Wait.
And then, Sebastian Schur just exploiting a moment of hesitation and with this 90 d3 tactic.
Oh wow.
Very pretty. So that's how Oxford won the plate. Let's go back to the championship though. We probably missed a lot of it. So
Okay.
first thing, UCL have 1 board 3, and UCL have to win this match against Imperial in order to win because they're half a point behind.
Okay.
And there's been draw on board 2. So let's go to board 4, which is the King's Gambit position. And it appears Black is breaking through. So that means Imperial will tie the match up if they win this game. So what happened here is that we had this kind of position. White was making some nice weaknesses, taking over the center a bit more. But Black started this attack. And White decided to sacrifice a rook.
Oh.
To go after this fork on d7.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. You can't fork the other way.
Yeah.
Because there's a pin. So I'm not really sure. This is very tactically complicated. And White is probably winning here with the extra 2 pieces now.
Yeah.
It's 2 pieces for a rook. So it's not entirely clear. But look at this pawns. So Black just got to work, attacking. White went and took. Black took back. And suddenly,
no.
Knight d4. And the evaluation bar goes straight down in
Because
Black's favor.
check.
Bishop to d4. Queen to e5. And there is so much trouble coming for the White King now. These pieces are nowhere near it. The whole campaign the White had this game was on the Queen side.
No. So the only way you can prevent White's queen from Black's queen from getting in is bring back the queen or something?
Yeah, so g3 allows queen h2.
Yeah.
And this rook just falls. And disgusting. The queen's lost. Black just clears up. Imperial have another win. So the final match here that we need to be looking at is this matchup between Bottazzi and Peter Carroll. And this will decide the championship. So Peter Carroll is in a must-win for his team.
Yes.
But it's not a bad position to have for a must-win, actually.
Because you've got the pawns.
Yeah, at least he has. Well, at least he has these long-term winning chances. So these aren't going to disappear quickly. They're not going to just suddenly disappear. But White has this initiative with the H pawn and some attempt here with the king to either dominate or to just straight out kill the pawn. And the knight win for some activity here. It's possible that Black even wins the A pawn as well.
Okay.
And tries to make a win out of the A pawn. So excellent winning chance for Peter Carroll.
Yeah.
And I think we should just stay here and not go anywhere else, because this is the pivotal game for the championship.
Yeah.
And we've just seen Oxford winning the plate.
Yeah.
A lot of very strong teams this year. This really was up in the air until there wasn't a clear winner on paper for this tournament.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so as I said, White has sacrificed the A pawn.
A pawn, yeah.
just to build a story and an initiative around the H pawn. Because you can't keep any pieces tied down to this pawn. Black has the second rank. But maybe this is hard to believe, but white has drawing chances.
But black, true.
This is the kind of position that
requires like lots of coordination,
this is
like push, or, like
this is the kind of play that you can get from these strong FM players.
Oh, is that the move?
Rook a3. And white could have winning chances now. This is very, very dangerous.
Because black's bishop is cornered off and the rook is not.
Yeah, because the bishop is not going to be defending because this pawn is blocked off. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. But it's also very dangerous because all of these squares are covered. So the knight covers g6, the pawn covers g7. So you can sort of start punting the pawn.
No.
Peter Carroll may have found a way to lose this, in fact. That h-pawn was very dangerous, of course.
Yeah.
But it should have been defensible for black.
How do you defend that, though, with h4 right now? Because, again, the same situation where the rook's out of play, the bishop's not going up.
What you kind of have to do is you have to bring the rook around. And if the knight ever comes in, you then sacrifice f4 to grab h7. And that's the way that the bishop gets back in to help. And any spare time you have with black, you can use to try and threaten one of the pawns.
Yeah.
White will probably be able to pick up the a pawn quite easily. The c pawn is the big one, though, that you can try and win with because you do control the c6 square.
Yeah.
Very holdable, but now very winnable for white.
Oh no, it's gone back down. No.
This is very exciting. Yeah. Okay. Sacrificing the knight.
Okay.
After white was hanging both the rook and the knight by playing h7. You can take either. So he takes the knight, he checks the king. Oh my goodness, you can play bishop f3. If promotion, rook g8.
You discovered, oh my god. That is so
And
pretty.
of course, if you move that king, you're allowing rook h4. And black is winning.
Oh wow.
This is very interesting, very dangerous. So what happened is black took the rook. He didn't try it.
Oh.
There is also rook d3.
Okay.
So this gets like very, very spicy and exciting. And actually white is promoting because it's a check. You don't have time to skewer.
You don't have the skewer, yeah.
So two very strong players. Everything to play for still. Peter Carroll with black could convert this.
They've also both.
What white needs to be doing is, yeah, white doesn't have winning chances here anymore. And the reason is because he lost both of the pieces that he had.
Yeah.
So there's no way to coordinate against so many black pieces. And white's king is boxed off.
Yeah,
that king is not defending. So white's going to try and find a perpetual check. And black is going to try very, very hard to deny that and to make progress.
Yeah, but again, there's nowhere to really hide. Yeah, you can hide behind the piece and make progress, but then you can't lose the pawns.
Yeah, you have to stick to those pawns, especially the c pawn, because it's not defensible without the king. So probably going to see bishop d3 to deflect. Queen d1 check and bishop d3. But
obviously,
Bottazi is a strong FM. He knows to attack on diagonals to avoid that kind of thing. So he'll make quite a lot of work for Peter Carroll to be able to try and separate this king and pawn and get this pawn moving and defend it.
Does the king have to stay in front of the pawn, or can it hide behind the pawn? But even then, it doesn't make a difference because the queen
The trouble is, behind is quite hard to define when the queen can very quickly run to the other side when it wants to.
Yeah. What about hiding behind a piece or something like that? Like, do you need?
Yeah,
is
that's
there
what White wants to
potential
try and
thing where you get a
engineer.
fortress sort of like configuration where?
Yeah, so it would be
Yeah.
nice if White could figure out maybe to get the king to e6 somehow
Yeah.
without losing the c pawn.
Mm.
Without the c pawn, it becomes very, very doubtful that you could ever win this. But
Yeah.
there's some hope whilst the pawn can magically become a defender and block some important check. But the trouble is for White, so for Black, that you have to put the king on a dark square to defend it with the bishop, to block a check with the bishop. And that allows all these diagonal checks that you
Yeah.
can't block. So here, I'd like to imagine the king trying to get to maybe e6 and block with the bishop. But it looks like Bottazi is very happy to defend this.
Yeah.
I think maybe Jacob, you and Sue are going to be kicking themselves a bit about last round. Because they both underperformed slightly then, and that put them in this match situation.
Yeah.
Before that, UCL was actually leading on the tie breaks going into the last round, but then they failed to win against Bath. Yeah, so he's constructed it now. He's going to play Bishop D5.
Yeah.
But it's not clear that he'll get much out of it. Okay, he's not playing
the
it
king
yet.
moved.
Yeah, he's not playing it yet. I think he would just go around again though and find another chance for it. Oh no, maybe this is fine too. You can find either of these blocks. Yeah, there's a queen h2, but that limits the queen's access to all the other checking squares. So if you imagine queen h2, king c6. So Peter Carroll's going to try. He's going to try, and he's found a way to try.
It's going to be interesting. So essentially, you're going to go for perpetual, and it's like 75 or 50 moves now.
It'll be 50 because
50.
Lee Chess. Sorry, actually, this isn't on Lee Chess. I'm being silly.
Yeah.
They'll claim on 50. They can claim. They've got score sheets, I believe. Oh, it's a rapid tournament, so they might not.
Yeah, because they're both under like 10 seconds.
Yes.
15, 20.
This is, yeah. So the 50 move rule may not apply here because this is a rapid tournament. Players have very little time and they're very unlikely to be keeping score. There was a nice trick there. If you take this pawn, then rook e5 pins. So White adds a second attacker. It's going to do it with the king. No, Sid Imperial is ahead on match point. What?
Really?
Are they? No, the draw is a draw in the match, Sid. Okay, so F4 not played. F4 not played.
Okay.
So for me, this was the obvious way to keep going. Just take that pawn out of the question. But now rook e5 and say queen h2, king e6. And this looks very good for White. Trying to get in and make a draw. You can kind of imagine some line like queen h6, king back, and king f4.
Yeah.
So they've played very quickly. Yeah, they've done this. And now this pawn is sort of hanging. But again, you can't take it.
Because then... Oh,
incredible.
Wow.
I'm wondering if this is just luck and queen g7 would have been better, perhaps. But there's still some things to it. So very fancy defending. Okay. Never mind. Queen takes. It's possible.
So wait, if UCL draw this, they don't win. Imperial wins. Or is it just they both drawed?
Yeah, Imperial will win on on match points because the draw in the match is a draw.
Oh, I see.
And it's over. Yeah, it's over. Queen takes e4. Bishop takes. King takes. And then you can try and go around and get in front of the pawn. But you're not quite quick enough.
In the square.
Yeah, so white draws by 1 tempo. If black could get to there, it would be a win. A very exciting endgame. I think definitely the way to continue is not rook e5, allowing this trick. Is just to push the pawn and keep going. Of course, white will have enough play to draw, but I think white didn't have to allow this advance either, and white did allow it, so pressure is pressure, and the time is very low, and you can understand how this happened. Both players really very high pressure on them in this moment.
Yeah.
I think there are no remaining games actually going on. A lot of wins in this last round. We can look at Warwick.
Very decisive, yeah.
Warwick have drawn against Cambridge.
Oh, okay.
With all decisive games. Victor beating Remy Rushbrook. Solid. Arya Kont falling to Alex Leslie. And Edward Jackson also falling to Rajat Makar. As I mentioned earlier in the chat, when I was not commentating, Remy Rushbrook is a national master. He's a very strong player. So this board ordering of untitled CM IM is not it's not them rearranging the boards to put their weaker player up on the high board. It's just these are all very strong players.
I see.
So it's very understandable that Remy would play on board 1.
Oh my god, that's more. Doesn't IM on board?
Yes. But you have to remember these ratings also are not the real ratings. These are the FIDE Rapid ratings.
Ah, okay.
Which are entirely inaccurate in England. So in many cases you have players like Remy who has a rating of 2000. But in English chess he has a rating over 2200.
Oh wow.
Which is how he got the national master title. And then Bath, another clean, another good match for them coming out near the end of the competition. That's nice. They've had quite a tough time.
But they fared well against UCL, didn't they?
Yeah, they have a strong team, but they've just done quite badly, and they've been at the bottom of the table the whole tournament. And then they came back in the last round and drew with UCL, which is perhaps how this ended in Imperial's victory. So if we just update and check the scores now, they haven't been put in yet, but you can see that just looking at the round 8 scores, Imperial were 1 point ahead on match points. It's 2 match points for a win. But if they were neck and neck, if UCL had not drawn that match, then UCL very well could have been ahead on game points.
Oh, okay.
Because if they had got 2.5, then they would be tied on game points. And if they had won the match by 3 or more, they would be ahead on game points. So that was really important coming into this round as well. It would have been really important if they hadn't not managed to win that match.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see here as well, where the 9 and the 10 are. We've got near 4-0 victories. But then there's one match that UCL they couldn't do so well. And Bath has a very strong team, actually. Particularly the top 2 boards I know to be very strong players. So they had a nice clean sweep in the final round. That was nice.
That's really impressive.
And Oliver Howe, I think, having quite a good tournament. Or not. Okay.
It's okay.
Having a very tough tournament.
Yeah.
I noticed in the last couple of rounds he got these draws, and those are very solid draws to have.
Against strong
Perhaps he's a much stronger player with a low FIDE rating. I haven't heard of him before, but he has had a very tough lineup. A lot of titled opponents.
Oh
on board
wow,
one.
that's.
This is what happens when you play on board one. This is a round robin tournament, so he's played everyone. We can look at the individual players as well, I think. Can we not? I don't think we can actually. Oh yeah, we can.
We can.
So individually, UCL's board one dropped half a point playing against Bath's board one. That was the only point he dropped. That was a really pivotal half point to drop. That's the match they failed to win. 8.5 out of 9. There were a lot of very strong players listed here. 7.5, 7. A very even field actually. No one utterly dominating.
Very impressive. All the universities.
Yeah. So. Wonderful. Wonderful.
There we go.
There we have it. Imperial ahead by 1 match point.
Yeah.
If UCL had just won half a point in the round, they would have not been ahead, and it would have been tied on game points as well.
Oh wow! So
Oxford,
what happened was a tiebreak there.
Yes, I'm not sure what the tiebreak would have been when game points are equal. So Oxford also very commendable performance, coming back later in the tournament. But the head-to-head's a draw. Is it drawing of lots next?
Well, it's a good thing we didn't.
I've seen tournament rules that have said drawing of lots is like the 3rd level tiebreak or something.
Wait, surely we can find out.
Yeah, Oxford coming in, and Warwick commendable performance. Oxford really looking like a top team as well, with a very high game score, very dominant against the teams they beat.
Yeah.
Just losing out very slightly when they played against Imperial and UCL.
Oh, that makes sense then. Because.
Interestingly, UCL, despite not winning, were undefeated. They just had 4 draws.
Oh.
Whereas Imperial actually lost to Durham quite badly in
no way. So Durham's
one of the
team is
previous
really
rounds.
I heard you guys mentioning.
Are they? I haven't looked at them too much. Oh my goodness, the dark horse. They beat Imperial and they drew UCL, but then they really struggled. No, they lost to Oxford. They drew Warwick. But really struggling to get anything against the rest of the competition. Doing well against the top seeds, very unusual. Bath also climbing out of the last couple of places to 8th in their last 2 rounds. Very nice.
Crazy. Oh, wow. So like Bath and Durham were the ones who had like a strong team or an interesting.
Yeah, but Loughborough beat Bath, you know.
Loughborough beat Bath. Well done, Loughborough.
That was their win.
The triangle.
So the takeaway from this is that everyone really brought very strong teams.
Yeah.
And it just seems that UCL and Imperial were the most on the ball. With Imperial being the most on the ball and UCL just falling very slightly with that draw against Bath at the end.
Yeah.
We could, if we're still going for a bit, we could just do a small overview of that last match.
Yeah, of course.
So we had that board 1 game with the that classic Sicilian that Fabi and Magnus were playing. Very theoretical, and eventually the queens were traded, and they reached this crazy endgame, and it seemed that the black had more pawns, but then somehow this pawn started to move forwards, and somehow white was perhaps
Playing for a
possibly
win.
having chances of winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can imagine knight h5 actually, and then when this kind of
No, that
f4
would
is
be
played,
bad.
you have knight
Oh.
f6.
Oh wow.
Whereas if you take this knight, so this rook h7, so this is a very crazy variation, a little bit hard to find.
Mm.
You have to really be looking for it.
Yeah.
But of course the rook just can't get back, and the
Yeah.
bishop can't get in because, well, now it's too late. But
Yeah.
previously the bishop couldn't get in because of this amazing fork that defends the rook.
Yeah.
So a very small winning chance with a few seconds on the clock. And then Peter Carroll getting into this endgame and not managing to pull through and push.
Yeah. So was the pawn in game way more intuitive to hold as a draw than the position where white was still when white had an advantage?
Here.
Yeah, is this more intuitive to hold to a draw than playing for an advantage in the previous position, where white had an advantage?
Yeah, so white can't win this for sure.
Yeah.
And white can see that the pawn endgame is a draw, so there's no risk and you can't blunder anything if you go straight to the pawn endgame. And there's very little time, so he just did.
Yeah.
And you can see that the black king just has to go round, and then you just count the moves, and the white king is stopping him. And this is just a draw.
Yeah.
Jacob Yoon actually making a draw with his
King's Gambit?
1f4.
Oh no, it's not even King's. What is this? The Birds Defense.
This was the Grand Prix attack.
Grand Prix, yeah.
Game. And very interesting. Very unusual. But eventually what happened was white sacrificed the knight and made a draw, which may have been quite wise to do because black was just totally solid.
Yeah. So the knight
So it just made the perpetual check.
And
you have to take this knight.
Yeah.
That's just what happens sometimes. David Tran very well prepared for this variation, I think. Knew exactly what to do. But then
this was
it was exciting because both sides won a game.
Yeah.
So this was the Italian game, and
where
black actually, having created this pawn sacrifice position with loads of weaknesses for white that black was slowly growing up on, he elicited a mistake and gave the pawn back, and just really lost a piece very quickly, actually.
Yeah.
This is very, very cute, you can do that, but then the pawn defends the rook. And that the problem is your knight is hanging and your bishop is hanging.
Too many hanging pieces, yeah.
But it's already gone wrong here because you trade, you have to put the bishop somewhere, you lose this rook. It's really bad. Or you don't trade and you put the bishop somewhere. Of course, bishop e4 loses the bishop.
Yeah.
But if you put this bishop somewhere, you just lose d4. Not there actually, because that's this bishop. But black's got loads of activity. Bishop pair. He's gonna win a pawn, a second pawn.
Yeah.
And it just falls apart for white.
It's like white's pieces aren't coordinated.
Yeah, and it's basically impossible for white to coordinate in this position.
So maybe like the bishop
these block pawns.
E3, like you suggested, to hold on.
Yeah, I mean the bishop at some point should be living here, but it just can't in this position. Because you get even more weaknesses, and you've got a mass of isolated pawns now.
Yeah.
So very nice strategic demolition by black. Dmitry Minko. He's probably very happy on 8.5 out of 9 of individual score. And you look at that, plus 54.
Okay.
Very impressive. Only drawing the one game, beating everyone else on board one.
Even
I think.
Alternate FM themselves, yeah.
Yeah, I think even if Imperial won the event, I think Dmitry Minko also won the event, the individual championship, perhaps. But yeah, it's a very nice, very principled play by Black into a slightly odd setup by White, with a perfect push, perfect timing on this. And White just didn't have a plan for this. And got demolished.
Yeah.
The final game was the really exciting one, was the King's Gambit. Imperial struck back, and this was pivotal for their win. This was probably the one where it was the most easy for UCL to have won. It could have gone White's way. This was a very exciting game. We had sort of a Fischer defense or classical defense, King's Gambit accepted. And both sides played very principled, very well.
Both sides, it was Black that had the decisive win.
Black had the decisive win here. The Imperial won the match.
Yeah.
And it was this king side pawn storm, and finally the weakness is created. This was just crazy. There's so many moments here where different moves could have been played. So many slight tactical oversights. But when things came to a close, when the dust settled, this dark square bishop was just too good. And the black queen came back. And suddenly White was getting mated, and there was just nothing to do about it. And White lost the piece over here.
Wait, how does it lose again? The knight defense, surely. Can you talk? Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah, this is unusual. It's unusual to see it the wrong way around.
Yeah.
It's usually the other way around.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, shall we wrap it up now?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, no prizes for Warwick this year, I think, but
it's okay. It's
very strong tournament. Very tense games. A lot of very strong players.
Yeah.
Warwick, exciting time.
Decide who won the plate, was it? Div 2?
Actually they didn't, because they lost to Oxford. That sealed it.
Well, we had an interesting tournament with lots of strong players. And lots of tense.
Congratulations to Imperial. Building another very strong team. And winning the championship.
Yes. So who won the other championships in the other divisions? There's a few more Shield Cup.
Yeah, sure. We can see them. The Shield was won by Queen Mary's. The Cup was won by Cambridge. And Oxford edged out Queen Mary's on the plaque. Yeah, so I guess Oxford won 2 categories and the rest were very mixed.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to all the teams that won. Yeah. Yes. Yes, thank you everyone for watching. And
thank you, Sid.
Next year. And thank you, Sid, for organizing.